package up, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming.
God, it smells like dirty dick in here. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. Oh my God, it's 9:10. Guys, can anybody drop me to class? I'm fucking late for my meeting. I'm supposed to be there 10 minutes ago. Did anybody do their chores today? Fuck, I'm just gonna do it. Oh shit, you guys, it's 8. Gotta go, Jake's calling. Oh, Jake's calling. Oh my God, I look horrid. Get out of here. You seriously gotta get out of here. You're fucking stinking this shit out. Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation? Sarah, where are you going? You guys are gonna pull your ass. Hey, I'm trouble already. Sarah, do like a wine night? Like, let's just do a wine night.
Yo, is it okay if I have a party? Like just 3 or 4 people, at most.
Name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
Megan Mogan?
Maddie Mogan, yes.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan? Okay.
She is at the club. She's 21. I'm just going to bed. I have a couple friends over, but this is my ID.
Have you talked to Maddie tonight?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
She's at the corner club.
Okay.
I've just been here the past hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madison Mogan? Yeah. Madison Mogan? Okay. She does live
Sorry.
So it's hard for me to give up, as a father, my protective ability to other men.
Community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't.
The documents, Gray doesn't believe he should have to follow the gag order.
Kohberger is
Bryan Kohberger.
From Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
The fact that we're finding out that there's more than just my daughter and these children that have suffered, it's terrible to think that we can defund these guys. It's an absolute atrocity.
Sir, they have shared with us that it was a targeted attack.
Political. This is just facts, guys. We can't allow these people to just run free. So beyond that, they haven't shared a lot. We have some private detectives that have reached out to us and given us information. We take that with a grain of salt and we try to be careful. Just today, I reached out to the officers and said, hey, this guy's treated me with respect on the show. I'd like to share some things with him that I found out on my own, and they asked me to not do that. So we're holding our tongue, we're waiting patiently, but we're definitely concerned.
Yeah. So, sir, I had the opportunity to speak with those same law enforcement officials today and was able to get some information out from them as well. We want to do everything that we can do to get you answers.
Said this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
true evil was genuinely watching them.
Said this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible. Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
Bryan Kohberger. I will never forget that name.
They both had a beautiful smile. They were both kind.
Our mutual love for country music is really what brought us together. We'd gravitate toward each other because we'd be singing these country songs. We really got along. Realized that he's like one big teddy bear.
They were both kind.
Kaylee that day, and how normal everything was, and the fact that we had no idea, she had no idea, I had no idea that true evil was genuinely watching them.
Bryan Kohberger.
The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Lethal
There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. Please don't be my child. That's the target.
Muted. Good morning. Happy Thursday. I am really owning this relatable thing this week. Look at me. I am totally relatable. I love it. Hold on. I got to fix something here. I've got to fix something here. Good morning, loungers. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry for putting you guys off for a little bit this morning. It definitely was not done on purpose. Oh, I know what's wrong. I need a light. Hello, loungers. So today's live is not nearly going to be, and I don't know why I'm so wide on there. It's weird. Today's live is not going to be as long as yesterday's. You guys are like, thank God. Because I have to do real life today. I have to do some things. I have been obsessing on this stuff, just going back with what we kind of uncovered in the last couple days and talked about, and now knowing that his mom and dad are testifying. Woo! That's some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. So crack open your Coke Zeros. I'm sorry if I confused anyone. I know Miss Robin, she texted me. She's like, can you, what were you talking about? Like, and then I sent her a few things and she's like, I get it now. So if you guys don't get it and you have any questions, I am going to open up the question thing. But I'm not going to get off track like I did yesterday. I got off track. We went into a couple rabbit holes. So what we're going to do, guys, and this is going to be probably starting next week. We're going to do our rabbit holes. Do you like the J rabbit holes? If you do, look at this hair. I need to get my hair done. But if you like J rabbit holes, we're going to do them in Patreon. We're going to go over to Patreon and do our lives like that. So we can have a lot of fun doing that. We can say whatever we want. We can do whatever we want. We can show whatever we want. We can talk about whatever we want. And we don't have to worry about frogs coming into chat. And we don't have to worry about YouTube. So we're going to do Patreon rabbit holes. So let me open up the Q&A. I think you can do exclamation point Patreon if you want to check it out. It's not completed, but I am transitioning the page to the tinfoil hat loungers. So that's going to be new. That's going to be new. We're going to have frogs. No frogs allowed in Patreon. Frogs are our trolls here. So we'll be doing some interesting J4J rabbit holes over in the tinfoil Patreon. The Patreon has different tiers. Hold on. It's not done yet. So if you want to get in now, before I change shit, get in now. Because some of the tiers might include people wanting to be part of the rabbit hole on Patreon. So if you want to get in now before things get changed, if you want to be grandfathered in, I guess, which is pretty cool. Grandfathered in. I've had my Patreon for over 5 years, and I've never really promoted it too much. I did with the Chris Watts stuff that I got, but I've never really had exclusive content to I gotta get this thing fixed. Oh man. Okay. I have
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Hello. Okay, my audio's back. I just have to prop my fucking... Dude, you guys, this is... I'm telling you, this is the starving creator right here. Holy hell. Okay, let's come back. I don't know what it's going to look like, but we're coming back. You ready? Woo! It looks like shit, but we are here. We are here. Can you guys hear me now? Yeah, my fucking mic got unplugged. My screen fell down. I spilled pop. But, you know, this is why I have rags next to me. And I don't know why that thing's so bright. Welcome to the shit show. See at the top? Today's case. Shit show. Shit show. Coke Zero fans unite. I'm like, crack that motherfucker Coke Zero. And then the judge said,
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Werner coming through, making me feel okay about myself. Thank you, Judge Werner. Hold on. It is real. This is real life, yo. This is what you see is what you fucking get. Left, right. We're back in biz. Okay, don't adjust your screens. Don't adjust your screens. Everything's okay. Okay? Don't bang on your screen. If John, don't bang on your TV. It's all good. Okay. We're going to just move on.
Pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin.
All right. This is as good as it's going to get. Oh, man, I love you guys. I do. Okay, so Patreon. Let me get the poll or the question and answer, and then we'll get the freaking Patreon. One motherfucking thing at a motherfucking time. That's all I can handle. All I can handle this morning. I'm going to do a poll. No, I'm going to do... Hold on. One thing at a time. See, I try to do 50 billion things at once, and that's my problem. I need a producer. Do I have any volunteers? Who wants to be a producer for me? You know how you watch these YouTubers and they're like, "Hey, Tom, can you pull up that clip for me? Hey, Dave, roll that footage for me. Hey, Jonathan, pull up that document." Yeah, but you're swallowing glass, potato. I can't expect you to do that when you're swallowing glass. All right. But you know what I'm saying. You know, just fuck it. We'll do it live. That's my motto. I'm right with Bill O'Reilly. Well, I'm talking about, like, you know, you watch Megyn Kelly and she's like, yeah, can you let's watch that clip. And then she doesn't even have to move. She just sits there and it plays and they just get to comment on it and everything just rolls. And like her little reminder comes at the bottom with her giving the thumbs up. Like they got all this professional shiz. And I know you're always here, Potato. I know you're always here. I mean, someone who, like a chat GPT that can just like give me what I want when I want it. Because I won't put a person through that. I won't put a person through my mind and where I'm at. Because like 1 minute I'm looking at the Corner Club. The next minute I'm looking at Steve G's interview. I don't think anybody can keep up with my mind. Unfortunately, it would not be a paid position because I don't have the kind of money to pay someone. So that's why I am the lone streamer. So this is what you get when you have a lone streamer. Welcome to What's a 411 with Jay. In all seriousness, I am Jay. I'm your host. I also have a channel called Jay is for Justice. YouTube has decided that my channel is not monetization friendly. So I cannot pay my bills streaming on my other channel, which is my baby. I miss it. But that is another story for another day. I want to welcome everybody who's here. We've been kind of silly the last couple days, and I just want to, kind of remind everyone, I don't think this case is silly. I'm not, trying to make light of anything that happened to any of these students. I feel like my heart hurts for these people, and like figuring out what we've kind of figured out. I feel like they really, really have had to put on a brave face, like in more ways than one. So I really do. I do take this serious, and I just want to just let you guys know that that's just how we roll around here. We have fun, but we are also always conscious of the victims. With that being said, did any of you guys listen to, I don't know if it's T-Rev or Trev, last night? I was couldn't sleep, and I was listening, and he took a call from a woman, and she was heartbroken. She was calling in to defend Xana, and I mean, even T-Rev didn't have a dry eye, and I just feel like everybody should listen to that call. Like, I hope he clips that call and just posts it. And I think that everybody needs to hear that. The grandma who was born in 1980, what? What's that all about? Did she say she was born in 1980, that woman? No, her email was 80, right? You don't believe it? Wow. I'm surprised. I felt like her emotion was real. Wow. No. I didn't get that feeling though. That's really interesting. What is that, Mary? What is that? Is that undies? What is that yellow thing? I can't make it out. Well, Mary will have to talk because I definitely do not make that kind of money. No, I don't hate you. I'm just wondering why you guys didn't believe her. I thought she sounded genuine. And usually I'm like, I can pick up on fake cries. Like that Dave guy who called in to the other channels. Phony. That was phony crying if I ever heard it. In my opinion. Where's all of Xana's gymnastic pics? I don't know. Maybe no one's put them out there. Look at all the pictures that are shared of them right now. I don't know if I'd want my whole family album out there either. Would you? But there is an interview with her gymnastics coach and his daughter. There is an interview with the coach and the daughter was talking about her time with Xana. And there was pictures in there, actually. The girls shared pictures of her and Xana when they were younger. All right, let's get our Q&A up. Without further ado, I just wanted to let everybody know about that interview. I think, or not interview, but that call in. I just felt, I don't know, I felt some certain way about it. Okay, Q&A is open. So go ahead and put your comments if you'd like me to read them over there. And did you guys find the Patreon or no? Because I'll give you the link. Yeah, I've never really done much with it because I didn't have, like I said, like exclusive stuff. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I'm not someone who has something, unique to bring to the table per se, like an expertise or credentials. But I do think that, we're pretty good at sleuthing over here. And I think that could be a lot of fun to get in rabbit holes in the Patreon. So here is the link. It is patreon.com/J is for justice. And that link will not change. I'm going to keep that link the same just because I've had it for so long. Thank you, Melissa. And Casey, welcome back. Welcome back, Casey. You guys make yourselves at home. Make yourselves at home. Thank you so, so much. Welcome to the Tinfoil Lounge. Aw, hey, Auntie Cheryl. I want to thank the moderators that are here today as well. You guys rock. All right. The first thing that I want to do is I want to recognize Lizzie Bones. She came in right at the right time. I want to recognize Maddie Mogan today. Today is Madison Mogan's birthday. And May 25th will now be known as Maddie May Day, an annual holiday that the family of Maddie Mogan has created, and they ask the public to do random acts of kindness. We were so lucky to have her in our life for the time that we did, said Ben Mogan. We were able to receive the diploma from the University of Idaho for Madison, and that was such a proud moment for all of the family to have. It was so great of the university and everyone in downtown Moscow to make that a special time for us. And that is also Ben Mogan. So this is the official Maddie Mogan day that they put out. And I think this is really special to remember the victims amidst all of this court stuff that's going on. It's important. It's important. And it's important because it's going to set a precedence for how we all move forward. Because now you see the major media sources are becoming YouTubers. The main media are now becoming YouTubers. And it's going to be the way of the world. But this is what they posted. And it says the family is just trying to focus on the good, which is why they started Maddie May Day. And the best part is everyone can participate. All you have to do is do something kind for a friend, a neighbor, a coworker, something Maddie would have done. Everyone just does something nice for somebody on that day, and hopefully it's something that brings some joy into people's lives. A family just wanting some joy that everyone can share. He says this is the most difficult thing that any of us will ever go through, and it's just important to stay close with your loved ones and your family in times like this. And I would say, and remember her in the best way that we can. A bright, beloved friend that generated so much joy in this world. Now it's up to us to help keep that legacy alive. I want people to remember Maddie as just being a loving, caring, beautiful person who everybody misses so much and that we're all so proud of. So today, use the hashtag Maddie May Day and share your positive gestures. You can also find positive ideas to spread joy on their website. They have an actual website. I did not know this. Oh, and that's all. It just has the information on there. So cute. She was a cute girl. So Maddie Mayday, happy birthday to Madison Mogen in heaven, right? And they have a really, really beautiful picture here. Let's show you. Let's watch the little video. Probably an ad.
Continue to remain vandal strong, and tomorrow is a day we can all carry on the legacy of Madison Mogen. Tomorrow would have been her 22nd birthday, and the family creating a way to spread her love. Nonstop Local's John Webb joins us in studio with more on what you can do.
Yeah, good evening. Thursday will now be known as Maddie May Day, a yearly date that asks the public to do random acts of kindness, something that Maddie would have done if she were still with us.
We're so lucky to have her in our life, the time that we did.
A life taken far too soon. Madison was one of 4 victims in the Moscow murders last November. It cast a shadow on this vibrant, unique town. A town that Maddie called home and gave so much to. The town in return, now giving back to the family.
We just were able to receive the diploma from the University of Idaho last weekend for Madison, and that was such a proud moment for all the family to have, and it was so great of the university and everybody down there in Moscow to make that a special time for us.
So you just saw a clip there from the graduation, and Mr. Mogen here went up by himself. It was it really was heartbreaking, actually. I thought it was really sad. Her mom and her husband went up first, and then they did their picture, and then he went up by himself and did his picture. And I just think that there's, just some people that maybe made some poor choices here, and we can't beat them up for that. You know what I mean? We can't. It's not really their personal struggles are really none of our business. They're really none of our business. But I did hear there was some talk last night too. I can't remember what live it was, but I get sent clips and stuff. Somebody was saying that going on about her dad fixing a lock. And that only came, I just wanted to clarify that her dad never said he fixed a lock. He said it was a code lock. Her mom is the one that said he was there and did something with the locks, but she wasn't sure if it was the front door, if it was Xana's room or whatnot. So happy Maddie May Day and happy birthday to Madison Mogen. It doesn't seem proper to play a Roberta happy birthday for Madison Mogen. So why don't we do this instead before we get going here? Hold on. Before we get going here, we are going to keep things real. And in honor of Madison Mogen, we are going to take, God dang it. We're going to take a moment of silence for Maddie Mogen. So let's do that now. Whatever you do, if it's good vibes, prayers, potions, whatever the hell you do, send them up to Maddie Mogen's family today, because I can't imagine celebrating my daughter's 22nd birthday without her. My daughter's 22. Hits close to home, yo. You guys are so sweet. I love the lipsticks in the pink. In the pink purse is so cute. So blessings to her family today. Let's get into today's live. Without further ado, I put together another work in progress, and we're going to go through that. So let me get that up here for you. You guys love my works in progress. I got so many videos in the works. You should see my iMovie. I sound like a dork, but iMovie. That's as technical as I am. Someone said, you're so technical. Yeah, I'm about as technical as iMovie can get. But I do my best. Okay, here is today's presentation. And when this is done, we're going to walk through it. It's not as long as yesterday, I promise. Promises.
Bryan Kohberger. I will never forget that name.
Bryan Kohberger.
Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, we're from Pennsylvania. We actually don't have like crosswalks.
Sort of relationships that really aren't tight with these kids.
It's the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't.
Was there, were any of them slashed? Were any of their necks cut? Or were these all puncture wounds?
Well, it was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry. Most of them had just like one that was the lethal stab wound. Yes.
Can you describe what that one might have been?
But they were to, the fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area.
To an incident last month when Kaylee told friends she was followed by two men. Police found no pattern of stalking.
She felt like either the threat went away or did she tell police?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure she did not report it.
Is hair from the perpetrator. And many times that contacts onto the surface of the hands because the hands are spattered in blood. If you think how sticky blood is, and the perpetrator's not even aware that they've left their hair behind. That happens many times.
I've worked on cases where the killers got rid of the clothes, but they're on record as having bought them. And they're on camera at the Walmart in the checkout. And sometimes there's just that fiber that's so unique, they can actually trace it. So there are...
I think she attracted attention, whether that's a dedicated person following her around, maybe not. I do believe that the officers looked in it, and I believe what they said, that there was no evidence there.
All right, now we're going to take this piece by piece here, and we're going to walk through some things, okay? And the first thing is this. And this is from the warrant searches. And this is for a K-bar knife from Amazon. And we're going to talk about it. Thank you so much, you guys. I hope you enjoyed that video. And if you guys, moderators, if you feel like anybody is being a frog, feel free to time them out and give them a warning. Because we're not playing. You know what I'm saying. So go ahead and give them a warning. If they don't like the warning, then go ahead and block them. So I feel like somebody's being a frog right now. All right, so we have K-bar 9140, K-bar 9169, and K-bar 9191. Distribution information regarding Blue Ridge knives. And then we have all the other stuff redacted. Yeah, don't be afraid to use your wrenches, guys. Use your gut instinct and your wrenches. And then we have another copy here, Amazon. On November the 26th at 3:32 p.m., Detective Lawrence Mowry placed a search warrant. An entrance was obtained.
Creek Town, dude.
By https://ler amazon.com/us. Chris B., thank you for subscribing. So this is going to be explained in just a second. I got to fix something. I don't know why anybody wants to troll. Like, this case is bad enough. Does it really need trolling or frogging? That's what gets me. People take like the worst cases imaginable and frog them. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Okay, we should be in biz now. Okay. Frog is a troll. We call them trolls here. Or we call them frogs here, rather. Okay. So that on November 26th, he was in the Amazon thing getting information. This is what he found when he went in that link. ASIN number B. This is specific. B001H53Q6M. K-bar, full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife. ASIN number BOOMAZIA0. K-bar 1217S. Now, let's look at what an ASIN number means. When you list a product on Amazon, you check to see if there is an ASIN number. So every seller that sells a K-bar knife uses, or that K-bar knife specifically, uses the same ASIN number. So before you list an item on Amazon, you check to see if there's an ASIN number. If there already is one, you can start selling faster because it will already create a listing with like photos or, you know, the information for the item, etc. Once you put that ASIN number in. And when you do this, you share the ASIN number with every other seller offering the same product. This is generally the case for resellers, retailers, and product with wide distribution. So they would be able to find every seller on Amazon that sells this knife by that ASIN number. Every seller. There could be thousands of sellers. And hey, Paper Chaser, good morning. And you know, Bryan may have thought, you know, they'd have to search every single, I don't know what he thought, but they don't have to go to every reseller. Every single knife is under the same ASIN number. So now we got to go here and look at this. We're going to go backwards. And it says here, Lawrence Mowry having given proof upon oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for establishing a search warrant, that we believe the property referred to and sought in or upon the said premises consists of information for the crimes of homicide in the possession or control of Amazon related to the sales of the following items for the period January 1st, 2022 to present. They started at January 1st, 2022. And then they give the ASIN number for the knife and then for the sheath. So what they did was they went through all these ASIN numbers, all these sellers of this knife and this sheath, searching for Bryan Christopher Kohberger or any purchases made by him. Because they already had his name. I think they already had his name. If you go by my theory that he was stalking Kaylee and he got pulled over and they got his name because he was being an insane asshole, I feel like they already knew his name. So on November 26th, they asked for all year if Bryan Kohberger bought one of these knives or one of these sheaths. Now, if you look at... Sorry, I know that's loud. Let me turn it down. If you look at some of the reviews on Amazon, and I'm not saying these are Bryan, but it is odd. So this one says, is the leather sheath absorbent? Like if an animal was killed next to the sheath and bled onto it, would the sheath absorb any blood at all? This is after the murders. Yes, it would. Probably stain if not wiped off immediately. Remember, the knife handle is composed of layers of leather also. This is a review from, hold on. And I think he made it look like he was, I don't know, if this was him, he could have made it look like he was a Marine. U.S. Marine Corps 3 Con on July 18th of 2022 falls into the time frame. It says the sheath fit the knife good, but was a little tight with the snap around the handle. But I got it snapped, and in time, the leather will stretch. So this person, I don't know if this is him or not. I'm looking at reviews in the time frame that Bryan would have possibly bought a knife on Amazon, because that's all we have. I don't have Bryan's name attached to a review. If I did, I'd probably be an FBI agent, but I don't. So I am here on YouTube giving you what I can find and trying to just put some pieces together. So I hope you guys get something out of it. I'm not saying it's fact, but nonetheless, this dude was doing a lot of bad
brother
stuff, right? He was up to no good. But it's interesting that they found DNA on the snap, and this review talks about the snap being tight, almost like he had to fuck with it, right? When you got to fuck with something, you're touching it more than you normally would. It's a little tight. Yeah. If I had that, I just might be Jennifer. I wouldn't be Jennifer Youngblood. I'd be Jennifer Coffindaffer. So it's just interesting. Okay. And then attached to this review is him actually showing him trying to snap it. I don't know who this person is, but to me, what's interesting is that the sheath was new. The sheath was new. Right? Look at the knife. What did I show you guys yesterday? Bryan Kohberger's grandfather was in the military. He's got a headstone, military headstone and everything. Could Bryan Christopher Kohberger have inherited a knife from his grandfather? Could that be it? I mean, let's face it. This knife that's in this picture looks fucking old. Yeah, so what if it comes out that he only bought the sheath from Amazon and not the knife? And that's why the knife was with him at his house, because you're not going to throw away Grandpa's knife. Like, you're not going to throw it away. You're going to take it with you, right? No, these are not female fingers. No way. These are male manicured pussy fingers is what these are. Wait, let's go back and look at them again. Those are not female hands. Not female hands. Not in my opinion anyways. I think those are male manicured weird Bryan Kohberger fingers. Someone who's never done any hard work in their life. Like, they have never even changed a tire, okay? He doesn't even change tires. I know, I wish we knew the bedding. Dude. I'm gonna shit if one of those girls had paisley gray. What does Kaylee's bed? Don't we have a picture of Kaylee's bed in her bedroom? I'm not saying it is, but just to rule it out, just because I'm a weirdo. Those are TA fingers. Yes, those are I grade papers for a living and do technology fingers. I push paper and grade papers for my students, and I do technology. I sit online for so many hours a day that I have visual snow. That's what I do. This is on Amazon. This is an Amazon review. So if you missed it, we'll go through it again real quick. So this is the actual warrant where they're looking for these model numbers. There's 3 different model numbers, probably the sheath, maybe a second knife, I don't know, or 2 sheaths. I don't know what they're checking for. I'd have to look those up and see what item those are. But on November 26th, now remember, we were told that they found out who Bryan Christopher Kohberger was on the 15th of December, right? But on November 26th, they were already searching, and they would have had to have his name. Because what are they going to ask Amazon for? I mean, how many people bought these knives? Probably a lot. They're a very popular knife. But then you get this ASIN number after that, right? The property found was this. That's not what they were looking for. This is what they were looking for. Distribution information. This is what they found. So then if you go forward, there it is. And then this explains what the ASIN number, every seller on Amazon on one product has the same ASIN number. So if you sell K-Bar knives, this model number, you would all have the same ASIN number. And then we looked at these reviews. Is the leather sheath absorbent? Like if an animal was killed next to the sheath, would it stain? Yes, it would. It'd probably stain if not wiped off immediately. Remember, the knife handle is composed of layers of leather also. And then this one, on July 18th of 2022, the sheath fit the knife good, but was a little tight with the snap around the handle, but I got it snapped, and in time, the leather will stretch. And it's just like Bryan to leave a review, too. And then this picture was on Amazon as a review, like showing the difficulty of getting that snap on, but he's saying, oh, but it'll stretch out. So that's just a brief rendition. And then we have his username with the visual snow. And then we have Papa Rogers. Papa Rogers says, there are many theories in this case, and we are all just guessing. But I can come up with a theory as to why they were in the same bed. They heard an argument on the second floor and were scared. Upon hearing the argument, they started calling the ex. Right, SRB, that exactly. SRB says, I mean, if you're an avid hunter, do you really care if the sheath gets stained? No, I think that after he realized the sheath was left behind, that was when he asked that question to see. They have way more than what was in that PCA. Yeah, it doesn't fit the alleged order. So is the alleged order only something Papa Roger knew and law enforcement knew? So is that really what happened? Did he come in not expecting Ethan to be there, have a fight, or was this wrong information put out on purpose to get Bryan to come out of the woodwork? I'm not sure. It could go either way. Sunshine Stacy, you had major surgery. I'm so glad you're here, and I hope you're doing well. So it could go either way, you know. They could have been taunting him to get him to react or maybe to post. But I don't know why they would need to taunt him. Unless they wanted him to make a move so that they could get him sooner. Because I think it was killing the Gonsalves family to know that they knew who it was and they couldn't arrest him until all the ducks were in a row. Do you want to look at the knife, Mandy? We can look up the number real quick. Let's do that. So it is, let's go like this. Summer, what are you doing? Okay, so the ASIN number is what? Hang on. B00. Here it is. Oh my God, people have done this. It automatically came up. Okay, so B001H53 Q6M. Okay, now let me share my screen. I'll show you what comes up when you put that ASIN number in. Oops. Okay, so this is what you get when you put this ASIN number into just straight up Google. Just straight up Google search. Customer reviews, K-Bar full size, But see, Amazon with that ASIN number, only one item comes up. You don't get 50 billion listings. You don't get 50 billion listings. And look at someone on January 6th on Reddit put, at this point, BK ordering the murder weapon from Amazon and leaving a review wouldn't even surprise me. Me either. I agree. So that's the only listing on Amazon. So if we go to this listing, this is the knife that they are asking about. And it is $94.03. 20-degree edge angles, 11, almost 12 inches long, the most famous fixed blade knife in the world, knife design in the world, 1095 Crovan steel leather handle, USMC fighting knife, 7-inch straight edge blade, knife made in USA, leather sheath made in Mexico. But remember, he also had a Smith & Wesson knife like this, too. Not that, I don't know if it's this one, but he had another knife at the house, remember? At the Pennsylvania house. God, there's videos, too. I didn't even see those. Must be 18 to buy, it says. Okay, like they're checking. Okay, so it has 92. Wow, 5 stars, 92%. And the latest review is on March 4th, which is no biggie, right? But this guy says to test its sharpness, a half-gallon of orange juice jug met its end. Stabbed through, cut down, and out the bottom in seconds. Opened the box and fell in love. Pulled the cardboard off the blade to find the razor-sharp edge attached to a perfectly made knife handle. Everything about this knife was designed by an extremely intelligent team and flawlessly produced by Olean, New York craftsmen. The sheath needed some work. My first impression wasn't good. It needed saddle soap and mink oil desperately. 3 of the 7 rivets through the stitching were not fully set. A hardwood block and a hammer fixed them up flush. Saddle soap soaked into the leather like a sponge. It was so dry. Tanning had dried it down to the molecular stage. This could mean something. If it was really dry leather and it was soaked in blood, oh my God. Later in the afternoon came a complete application of mink oil and a lanyard tie. The tie is to help drain water out of the sheath. After putting the knife on my belt, I was in for a problem-solving project. 2 Chicago screws installed now prevent the sheath from riding up as the knife is drawn out. Don't hesitate if you're thinking about a K-bar style knife. Buy a K-bar. So maybe these people do replace the sheaths more than they have the knives forever and then they replace the sheaths. But this is the pictures he posted. That one was left March 4th. Now this one here, May 6th. This bad boy is everything you need in the wilderness or when your car breaks down in a bad neighborhood. May 20th, excellent product. I mean, look at how many people buy this. I bought my son, April 14th, I bought my son a K-bar when he was a kid. He joined the Marines. This is Michael Collins. He joined the Marines and carried that knife all over the world. He carried it in Iraq on the invasion, and each time he was deployed, still made in America, which is a testament to the company. Arrives very sharp. I mean, they sell so many, they have a lot of new reviews. Let's go back. Oh my God. Okay. CWY 1583 leaves a review on June 28th. Look how detailed. Ugh. These are all mixed up. Why are they all mixed up? I thought, oh, here we go. Sorry. Do you have to be a Marine to own this? Everyone should appreciate the United States Marine Corps. I think they'll sell it to anyone. Yeah, I don't know. But I think it's used for, anything. I think it's just a very popular knife. If you watch Scott Reich, he is a lawyer on here. He actually has one, and he showed it on his live. And I just think, well, I know he was in the Marines, but I just think a lot of people have these. I mean, look at all these things, all these questions. It's a very popular item. So for them to narrow down Bryan Christopher Kohberger buying this out of all these people, I think that says something, right? Okay, this one here, Mandy, says completely impractical for civilian use. This isn't the type of weapon that should be available to civilians. It serves zero practical purpose for untrained Amazon shoppers. That being said, this knife isn't standard issue in the Marine Corps anymore and hasn't been for some time. It really irks me when companies try to make a buck by portraying something it's not. If you're not a Marine and buying this knife, you have some real issues. Mostly that there's dozens of knives out there, better quality, designed for civilian use. Be happy with who you are, not who you're trying to be. Weird. Sweetie, this my second one. The first one, don't know what happened. Despair iPad with check and the guy never cash it. Marines all the way. What the fuck? Same type of knife my World War II U.S. Marine dad had and was stolen from me. December 29th. This is my daily go-to knife. I use it all the time. I'll have it for the rest of my life, it says. Mike R. on December 9th. This knife is beautiful, graceful, sculpted, yet sturdy. I'm not a huge knife fan, but these knives are nice. Mine came with a nice sturdy sheath as well. However, instructions say not to leave the knife stored in the sheath for long periods. I'm very pleased with these knives. I bought one, then bought another one, thinking maybe one to use and one to look at. I bought the USMC models, USMC on the blade and USMC emblem on the sheath. I'm very happy with both. Chris, cool stuff. Vaughn, the real deal. Here we go, November 18th. It's a great knife. Just keep in mind this is for combat use, not hunting use. It's a full tang, but the tang isn't as thick as a hunting knife, so you can't abuse it. So you can't abuse it very much in the wild as you would otherwise. November 2nd, just like the ones we had in the Marine Corps. Sean, when you hold this, you can feel it. It's a real fighting knife. I'm pretty confident you can crack a dome piece open if you strike with the bottom of the handle as well. House defense weapon, I'd say. What? Stop it. Oh my God. Stop! Stop! I can't. I fucking can't. This is October 27th, 2022. That's not a female. Oh my God. You guys are crazy with your. He left all kinds of clues. When you hold this, you can feel it. It's a real fighting knife. I'm pretty confident you can crack a dome piece open if you strike with the bottom of the handle as well. House defense weapon, I'd say. It sounds just like the background of that fucking Josco's videos. Ugh. What is at the very top of the video? What is that at the very top? Verified purchase? It means the reviewer bought or used the item on Amazon and paid a price available to most Amazon shoppers. This is a verified purchase on Amazon too. So if this is him, that would mean it verifies he fucking bought it. Ugh. I cannot. I don't know, man. September 16th. I bought this for home self-defense. And luckily I haven't had to use it yet. Cat mother. Cat mother bought a fucking K-bar knife for defense. Give me a break. I bought this for home self-defense. And luckily I haven't had to use it yet. But it's razor sharp and right beside my bed if needed. Gives me confidence to know that I have a high quality weapon in case shit hits the fan. We'll buy again. 6 people found that one helpful, and 6 people found that other one helpful. And that's verified purchase as well. What's not to love? My son already had one for his Marine exercises, but this one blew it away. Huh. This person planned on replacing the sheath. Sharp, sturdy, not too big, not too small. Great knife for outdoors as well as self-protection. Love mine, and it's always in my vehicle, ready for use when needed. I've never seen anyone keep a knife like this in their vehicle. I just haven't. And I grew up in Michigan, tons of hunters. I've never seen anyone do that. The ones that say verified purchase are not fake. There can be fake reviews, but not the ones that say this. This guy has them on his wall with... Oh my God. This knife broke in half on me. Oh my God, why is that on a picnic table? You guys. OMG, this guy's a sick fucker. Check this out. He's got these knives laid out on a fucking picnic tablecloth. Like, you know how you go on a picnic? Why would you do that? Why would you put those on a picnic table? That's fucking weird. June 28th, 2022. No, but why would you put it on a picnic table? Like, oh, I'm just going out on a fucking picnic with these 3 knives. And this isn't the only picture. It's weird. There's 3 different sheaths. I know there's collectors, but you have to look at the facts here. This dude was pulling some shit at this time. That was strategically done. It's sick. Second time buying and just as euphoric about it. Euphoric? Great quality knife for an unbeatable price. Oh my God. In the back seat of a car. Okay. So I need someone to see what the back seat of a freaking Elantra looks like. Did he have leather seats? And is that a weird tan cap up top? What is that? Come on, guys. This guy ain't dumb. He's going to leave clues because he thinks he's so smart. He thinks he's so clever. Who is euphoric when they get a knife? And then poses it like this in their car? What? Who would pose this in their car like this? It's weird. Normally, we wouldn't even be looking at these. But this is kind of a weird pose, no? I know a lot of hunters. And my hunters that I know, I've never seen them pose things like this. It's weird. You won't convince me that it's not weird. Y'all can disagree, and that's fine. But this dude didn't just decide one day he was going to kill. He had plans. He likes to mess around with technology. He likes to fuck with people. He thinks he's so smart and clever. There's more to him, for sure. So I guess what we have to do No, this is not a paid review, you guys. Oh my God. Verified purchase on June 23rd, 2022. June 23rd, 2022. It's a verified purchase. Verified purchase means the reviewer bought or used the item on Amazon and paid a price available to most Amazon shoppers. After someone submits a review, Amazon checks to see if they bought the or used the item on Amazon and paid a price available to most Amazon shoppers. If we confirm both, we label the review as a verified purchase. Reviews without this label can also be helpful. For example, customer buys an item from a different company but wants to share their opinion on Amazon. So don't tell me it's a paid. It tells you that. It tells you that. These are all verified purchases. Here's another one. I'm satisfied with the knife and sheath, disappointed that the box was ripped. Oh, look. Look, in the car, steering wheel. Oh, it's a girl. Why is it all wet? Ew. And why would it come to them worn like that? Bizarre. Whose hand is that? Tough as nails. Oh my God. June 2nd. Can't beat it. Severed 3 heads before it lost an edge. Fuck off. Oh my God. Who writes shit like that? Here's another one who says theirs was stolen. On May 26th, bought this for my Marine vet husband whose original K-bar was stolen. Second one. Camp tool, which seems normal. Oh my God. Only knife I'll ever buy, own, or need. Razor sharp, and the sheath hangs low for easy visibility to avoid concealed weapons violations. This guy says they're junk. He was actually in the Marines 22 years. Okay, May 5th. Let's see what this one looks like. What's SFMF? What does that stand for? SFMF. Who leaves a review? SFMF, and then 2 people found it helpful. Rage Diver. It's a great knife. They also said it's made in China, but again, most knives are. Not as advertised. They went all the way back to January, remember? January 2022.
Town, dude.
How about this one? March 2nd, 2022. Taking this knife out of the box was an experience all in itself. The craftsmanship is absolutely amazing. It doesn't look or feel cheap, and man, it is sharp. I slid it across my arm, and it shaved my hairs off smoother than any razor. Definitely love it, and I'm super proud of it. Paper cup. Everyone around here wants a K-bar now. Jonathan and Lori Mayberry. My dad had one of these when he served in Korea. Great knife. Here's another picture on some blue velvet. Serves well for camping needs. Legendary K-bar, February 1st. Now this is a KNOIF. Came shaven sharp out of the box. I absolutely love the leather. Feels very satisfying and well balanced in the hand. Leaving for Paris Island in a few days. And had to get my hands on this piece of American history. No doubt it will kill a bar. Semper Fi. And this is sitting on a houndstooth towel. Nice weight to it, says Mike. Daniel White, very nice. The box and the sheath, delicious. Delicious? Oh my God. And this is the real deal. Great quality and workmanship. It arrived sharp, but I spent a little time on it, and now it's very sharp. It takes an edge well, and I will update about the edge retention. Overall, I'm very happy with this knife. The sheath is not bad. It's good leather, and the craftsmanship seems good as well. I used some Obanoff's heavy-duty LP on the sheath and handle. Use the paste, not the oil. It won't darken the leather, but it leaves it waterproof and doesn't make it slick. Use it sparingly, too. If you are on the fence, go for it. This is the real made in USA knife, stamped right on the hilt. Oil it up every so often. Not sure how I only got the sheath, no knife in the box. Maybe someone returned it without the knife and it was sent to me. Stupid. January 7th. We're just going to go back to January 1st because that's what they did. The first 3.5 inches is very sharp, but it seems like they forgot people who buy a 7-inch knife might want the other 3.5 to be sharp as well. I will probably be able to sharpen myself, but paying this much for a knife, you would expect the entirety of the blade to be sharp. And that's all of them. So that just shows you the knife on Amazon. And that's as far as I'm going to go with that. I'm just closing it. So I feel like they have the knife. Okay. I do. I really do. Some of these comments are just really disturbing, or these reviews. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to our presentation so we can roll through this. Okay. Again, there's the ASIN number and all of that stuff. Let's keep going. So I just wanted to show you guys that they probably have that information. And then we're talking about, again, August 20 and 21st. That's when Bryan got pulled over in Moscow. And then there's a lot of weird reports. And we went through a few of these yesterday, but I just wanted to go through them, a few of them again. Tara, thank you for your Canadian super sticker. Greatly appreciated. I'm thinking that Tara's going to take over as the stream boss in a second. So we know Bryan had a gun, and there was loud bangs by the fraternity. Now we're going back down to South Main Street. South Main Street is where the guy who owns the vape shop said that
just help a brother out here.
The girls were followed. Thank you so much, Tara Cook. So we're down at South Main, John's Alley, which is where all the bars and restaurants are. Customer trying to fight his way in to talk to his girlfriend was fighting with his girlfriend earlier. I think he lied. I think he said his girlfriend was in there. I think he was stalking. And he was pissed he couldn't get in. So then, same night, a male just shattered a beer bottle. South Main. Pissed off. Almost midnight. South Main. 9/11, a male is yelling and screaming. And then we have the reminders that, the vape shop said Main Street. That's where she was followed. Now we're going to talk about our friend. And I have another thing I'm putting together because there's pictures online of the Corner Club, and you can see what looks like Bryan Kohberger at the bar. And that's something that is a work in progress. Hey, Georgia Dog. Do I need to check my phone? This is what happens. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Calling Jay. Okay, let's continue. All right. So I am working on that because I think he hung out at the corner club a lot. A lot. You did, CEO? To where? Oh my God, you did. CEO, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that. That was today. That was like a half hour ago. Oh my God, CEO. Wow, thank you so much. So generous. Thank you. Jay Justice Lady. Thank you so much. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's make this bigger again. I'm flattered. Thank you. Now, this has our buddy's name on it. The one that was threatened. Derek Shook, he was threatened by email, but he has this video posted on with Fox Digital. And this is the morning of the murders, okay? See this? So this is what I want to talk to you guys about. And hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Thank you so much, Lauren. Thanks for working so hard to put together content that I want to watch literally all day. When do you sleep? I haven't been sleeping much lately, Lauren. When I start to see things like this, I'm like, oh my God. There's got to be things that piece this stuff together, you know? But this says...
Just help a brother out here.
Fox News published the footage Monday showing a white sedan cruising after daylight on the morning of November 13th in the proximity of the Moscow, Idaho house where Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana were murdered. Do you think the time of the 911 call was really not 11:58? Do you think that it was earlier? Hi, Miss Shell. Do you think that it was earlier? They say that this is November 13th, after daylight. There's cops walking around, guys. That's why we didn't get the 911 call. And I think they kept that. They kept that because of Bryan, to throw Bryan off. They can definitely lie on purpose, and they do it all the time. Watch. There he is. They say this is just after daylight. Look. Do you guys think that they were not... What? Jeff Sanchez? Who's that? Are you joking, CEO? No, I have a J is for Justice. I have two. Oh my God, I wonder. I don't even know how to get into that one. The one that I use, you guys, has Bella as my profile picture. It's $ J is for Justice podcast. My old one is J is for Justice. Did you send to that one? Yeah, I mean, these guys were walking around at this time of the morning. There's Band Field. There's cops walking across Band Field. We need to rewatch BTK's confession. That's all I know. Because the standing mute is just like BTK, and then he made a full confession when no one was expecting it. Hear those crows? Remember the report of crows? We had an injured crow in a yard, and then we had someone calling saying they were this Sage guy. I don't think that's really Sage calling. Aw, Tara Cook, thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Okay, see up top? He's driving down Taylor or Nez Pierce. That's Ethan's frat house. That's Ethan's frat house. When did they get the snowstorm? There was no snow in Banfield when they were talking to those guys, right? The naked white guy? The guy who got burnt and thought he would show all his clients. Maybe he got hacked. I don't know, man.
Were any of them slashed? Were any of their necks cut? Or were these all puncture wounds?
Well, it was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And
that probably was 9:30. That's probably the time it was. I don't think we have the real time of when a 911 call was made. I just really don't. But it is in their police blotter. So there is a homicide on record on their police blotter. So that's not, someone did call, I think.
I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry. Most of them had just like one that was the lethal stab wound. Yes.
Can you describe what that one might have been?
But they were to, the fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area.
Okay. So we all think that he was possibly obsessed with Kaylee. And when we hear that the wounds were the worst in the chest area, Kaylee had big breasts. Now, remind me if I'm wrong, but BTK mutilated the genitals of his victims, did he not? A pain in my butt.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Miss Staunch? Stouch. Stouch. Miss Stouch?
Did he? Well, he also had to read his book. So not only did he look up to BTK, he had to read his book for Katherine Ramsland's class. Did you guys know that? Katherine, whatever. Ramsland. She has her students read her book on BTK. And it is the book called How to Catch a Killer, right? Is that it? Or wait, hold on. What's her book on BTK? Because I know it was on their syllabus. Confessions of a Killer, The Untold Story of Dennis Rader. Listen, this is Kathleen talking about the BTK book.
We are Astound Broadband.
Stupid ads, stupid ads. So that was part of his curriculum, was to read about BTK. He learned a lot, sure. put his all into it, right?
Documentary. Tell me a little bit about that. What was that like?
Well, first I spent 5 years writing a book, and the documentary comes directly out of that. But also it really is an overview of the experience of people in Wichita, Kansas from 1974 until Dennis Rader, the BTK killer, was caught in 2005, and the terror he inflicted on people as a person who was walking among them, and they didn't know who he was, but he was picking people and killing them. So it's really, the documentary really gets at what was that like? There's a lot of footage from those days. I met the reporter, the first on the scene of the first murder. We met in front of that house, and he had never been back in all these years. And he was still very shaken by the experience. So that's what you'll get in this documentary, is a lot of people talking about what this was like, as well as Dennis Rader talking about his perspective as a predator in this community. And then me talking about my experience of interviewing him for 5 years.
Now, we got a lot of the information from the production companies that are involved. Now, is this something that they came to you, or you were kind of talking to people about, this is something that really needs to be shared with people?
So this is all about this documentary she did about BTK in this book.
Like he's talking about, a household chore. So he does these 10, and then he just kind of
fixed my camera
away. But then he is his own undoing. Right. They have no idea who he is. Can you talk a little bit about, he did this, he put himself in the crosshairs of the police. Can you talk about that and why a personality might do that?
Yes, in 2004, an attorney in Wichita decided to write a retrospective about the crimes, and he gave an interview to the local newspaper, and Rader read this and realized he doesn't have all the facts. He doesn't even have all the murders on his list, and I don't want someone else telling my story. I want to keep control over the details. So Rader began to communicate with the police and with reporters. He played a cat and mouse game to let everyone in Wichita know he's still around, he's still among them. And he was planning another murder. He got foiled in that, but he was going to come back to it. And then he got arrested by making a pretty simple mistake, trusting the police and asking them if they could trace a computer disk. And they said, no. Knowing, wow, if he sends us a computer disk, that's, he's dead in the water, and that's what happened.
So when people
watch this
documentary, what do you...
Wow, a computer disk? Very similar. Okay, check this out. 3 University of Idaho students, 3 of them, said they saw quadruple murder suspect Bryan Kohberger lingering on campus in the weeks before the brutal off-campus slayings. One sophomore told People magazine that she saw Kohberger drinking water at the food court of the student union as he sat alone. He was the type to stare. He wouldn't look away if you saw him staring. Like he wanted you to notice he was looking at you. The student, identified as Chelsea, told the mag. He didn't smile. He didn't nod. He didn't say anything. He just stared. I told my friend not to be suspicious, but to look at him because the eye contact was making me uncomfortable. Chelsea added, it was just so weird that we ended up leaving and eating outside because we wanted to get away from him. Another student said she saw Kohberger so often that she assumed the Washington State University PhD student was attending the University of Idaho. It's not a huge school. It's like a small town, the student said. So you start seeing the same faces again and again. They become familiar, like you've seen them in class or around campus. The student described Kohberger as really quiet and really intense staring, and he made me uncomfortable. A third student also told the news outlet that they recognized Kohberger after he was arrested. Crazy. And what did Steve G say? It wouldn't surprise me if these kids crossed each other's paths. It's a small town. A law enforcement source recently told People that they believe Kohberger spent some time on the University of Idaho campus. Whether or not Kohberger is guilty of killing those kids, there's something wrong if a grown man who isn't a student can just wander around campus. Mar Sampson, whose daughter was a student last semester, said. Everyone needs to be really aware of their surroundings and should feel free to speak up if someone makes them uncomfortable. The alleged sightings were not the only time that Kohberger made women feel uncomfortable. The owner of the Seven Sirens Brewing Company in Pennsylvania, we talked about this yesterday, said Kohberger harassed women at his bar, where he usually sat alone, observing and watching other patrons, until he started drinking. Kohberger's behavior caused enough concern for employees to put a note in the company system about him. Staff put in there, hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have 2 or 3 beers and then just get a little too comfortable. And look at, they put this checker because we just talked about that shit. I hate how this listens to us and tracks us. Okay. Now, let's look at the Seven Sirens website. This is the bar that Bryan Kohberger apparently creeped out the girls. Bethlehem, PA is right by the school where he went. Hold on. Events. I don't know if they took all their photos off, but I wanted to show you guys the staff there. Okay, so these are the owners of the bar. Jordan and Josh. I don't know if they took those pictures off or not. 3 friends, including 2 veterans, trying to open brewery in Southside Bethlehem. This is how they started. And this was April 12th, 2019. So they were fairly new. Yeah, I don't think they have their pictures up anymore. Let's see if we can find some here. Here's I looked at these, you guys, I have a whole video on this. I looked at these a long time ago and I thought I saw Bryan and everybody thought I was nuts. Oh, man. We'll go over those at another time, but this is the bar here. They used to have pictures of their wait staff, but it doesn't seem like they do anymore. Wait. These guys look kind of familiar. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I don't find any pictures of the wait staff anymore. They must have taken them down. This is crazy. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Her LinkedIn. This is a bartender there. This is a bartender at 7 Brewing, whatever. 7 Sisters or 7 Sirens. Bryan's type. Bryan's type. I can just see him creeping people out, you know? I just feel like he was there. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more that people have come forward with, like possibly these guys, because they probably had a lot of encounters with his ass. And then he went to Moscow and did the same thing. So that's my part on that, and we will cover that more later. But I think that the girls that worked there I can't find all their pictures now. They used to have more pictures on the website, and I totally understand why they took them down. Because if they were getting creeped on by, Bryan Kohberger, this is just all the owners. Yeah, crazy. Okay, now we're getting in a rabbit hole again. This is Patreon stuff, guys. This is Patreon stuff. Okay, so let's go back to our presentation. I was talking about Kaylee. I don't have anything yet. I'm waiting, Rosanna. We're talking about things that happened in Pennsylvania, possibly, and that's why they are subpoenaed.
Area or the upper body area.
To an incident last month when Kaylee told friends she was...
I think we can pretty much, come to the conclusion that she was followed. Now listen to what Joseph Scott Morgan says about hair. Now think of Bryan's hair, and I'm glad I fixed my camera. I don't look this wide anymore. But think about hair, okay? No connection. How do you know that? Like, how can you say that? Yes, I have videos on J is for Justice too, showing the house that they use for the crime scene stuff. And this woman, Katherine Ramsland, she's like, I won't do anything. I don't want to talk about Bryan Kohberger, and I'm not doing any interviews. Yeah, it was like wide lens. What the heck? Oh, I think that his lawyer, that's his type. Yeah, and I think that was done on purpose, to be honest.
Report it.
Listen to this.
Is hair from the perpetrator. And many times that contacts onto the surface of the hands because the hands are spattered in blood. If you think how sticky blood is, and the perpetrator's not even aware that they've left their hair behind. That happens many times.
I've worked on cases where the killers got rid of the clothes, but they're on record as having bought them. And they're on camera at the Walmart in the checkout. And sometimes there's just that fiber that's so unique, they can actually trace it. So there are...
Ha ha! Okay, I'm not an Ashley fan, but did you hear that? These are the little clues. You got rid of the clothes, but you're on camera in Walmart buying them. Put it together, folks. Yep, Nikes were taken from his apartment. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, they were. Okay, so what we're going to do Oops. Damn it.
Mr. Rader.
All right. So what we're going to do right now is we are going to actually, in a minute, we're going to watch the BTK confession. He had Walmart. He had Dickies tags. He had Walmart receipts. Let me show you guys one thing before we start that. We're going to watch BTK's confession. Okay. And we're going to get your notepads, go get ready, because we're going to take notes on what we think could, what we notice that is like aligning with Bryan and what's not. And maybe make note of something that might align with Bryan in the future, maybe in the trial. Okay, so when Rader was arraigned on June 27th of 2005, he stood mute as District Judge Gregory Waller entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. BTK, bind, torture, kill. And they were saying back then that he hadn't filed any of the typical defense strategies. No motion for a change of venue, no motions to suppress evidence, or even a detailed jury questionnaire. And the judge set the trial date, and everyone expected it to be postponed. Given the complexity of the case, he was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder. And everyone expected him to get a continuance. But what happened was that his attorney's spokesperson started saying, whatever happens in the case will happen in court. And the prosecutors insisted no plea deal was made, no plea deal at all, after he stood mute. And then a month went by. And when it was time to go to court, this is what happened. And it's interesting to note that he killed a 62-year-old woman. This is what the last murder he committed was a 62-year-old woman who was abducted from her home and found 2 weeks later strangled under a bridge. He was a Boy Scout leader. He was working as a dog catcher and a compliance officer when he was arrested. And before that, he was a census taker and a security system installer. And the Wichita detective Arlen Smith, who worked on the case in the late 70s, said, our gut feeling was that he was somebody that hid in plain sight, that he was not somebody that his neighbors would necessarily suspect. And the victim's son said, I bet that the killer was in there chit-chatting with her. So when he went to court, this is what happened. Let's take a step back. Yes, he was a deacon at their church as well. Let's take a step back in time to 2005 and watch what BTK did. Oops. Oh, whoops. Everybody does that. They really don't all do that. Just me. What the heck? See, now why does that get all big? It wasn't big 2 seconds ago, right? And this is weird that it's 2005. It looks like it's 1993. Trips me out how far we've come in such a short amount of time. All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. Rader, I need to find out more information.
On that particular day, the 15th day of January, 1974, can you tell me where you went to kill Mr. Joseph Otero?
I think it's 1834, Edgemore.
All right. Can you tell me approximately what time of day you went there?
Somewhere between 7 and 7:30.
This particular location, did you know these people?
No, that's no, that was part of my, I guess my what you call fantasy. These people were selected.
All right, so you...
My fantasy.
Okay.
You were engaged in some kind of fantasy during this period of time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you use the term fantasy, is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure?
Sexual fantasy, sir.
I see. So you went to this residence, and what occurred then?
Well, I had did some thinking on what I was going to do to either Mrs. Otero or Josephine, and basically broke into the house, or didn't break into the house, but when they came out of the house, I came in and confronted the family, and then we went from there.
Had you planned this beforehand?
To some degree, yes. After I got in the house, I lost control of it, but it was, you know, in the back of my mind, I had some ideas what I was going to do, but I basically panicked that first day. So
beforehand, did you know who was there in the house?
I thought Mrs. Otero and the two kids, the two younger kids, were in the house. I didn't realize Mr. Otero was going to be there.
All right. How did you get into the house, Mr. Rader?
I came through the back door, cut the phone lines, waited at the back door, had reservations about even going or just walking away, but pretty soon the door opened and I was in.
All right. So the door opened. Was it open for you, or did somebody?
I think one of the kids, I think the junior, or not junior, yes, the younger, Joseph opened the door. He probably let the dog out because the dog was in the house at that time.
All right. When you went into the house, what happened?
What? A dog?
Well, I confronted the family, pulled a pistol, confronted Mr. Otero, and asked him to, you know, that I was there to, basically, I was wanted to get the car. I was hungry, food, I was wanted, and asked him to lie down in the living room. And at that time, I realized that wouldn't be a really good idea. So I finally, the dog was a real problem, so I asked Mr. Otero if he could get the dog out. So he had one of the kids put it out. And then I took him back to the bedroom.
You took who back to the bedroom?
The family, to the bedroom, the 4 members.
All right. What happened then?
At that time, I tied him up.
While still holding him at gunpoint?
Well, in between.
Okay, so think about a gun being used. What if Dylan saw a gun, you guys? And that's why she didn't fucking come out. What if he had a gun? And remember, the cops came out and said the victims were not bound and gagged. I think they were bound and gagged, and they put that out there wrong to see what old Eduardo, Bryan Kohberger, would think.
I heard Eduardo.
You know what I'm saying?
Jeepers.
Tying, and yes. Yeah.
All right. After you tied them up, what occurred?
Well, they started complaining about being tied up, and I re-loosened the bonds a couple of times. Tried to make Mr. Otero as comfortable as I could. Currently had a cracked
Don't worry,
rib
I'm going to help
car
you.
accident. So I had him put a pillow down for his head. Had he put a, I think he's Parker or a coat underneath him. They talked to me about, giving the car and whatever money. I guess they didn't have very much money. And there I realized that, I didn't have a mask on or anything. They already could ID me.
Creek Town, dude.
Made a decision to go ahead and put him down, I guess, or strangle him.
All right. What did you do to Joseph Otero?
Joseph Otero?
Yeah,
Okay.
Joseph Otero Sr., Mr. Otero, the father.
I put a plastic bag over his head and then some cords and then tightened it.
And this was in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Did he, in fact, suffocate and die as a result of this?
Not right away. No, sir, he didn't.
What happened?
Well, after that, I did Mrs. Otero. I had never strangled anyone before, so I really didn't know how much pressure you had to put on a person or how long it would take. But
was she also tied up there in the
yes,
bedroom?
yeah, both her hands and their feet were tied up. She was on the bed.
Where were the children?
Well, Josephine was on the bed, and
How do we know? Okay, wait. I just had a thought. How do we know that Dylan and Bethany were not tied up? How do we know that Dylan and Bethany weren't tied up and that's why they didn't fucking move? I said this early on. Everyone was like, no, the cops said they weren't bound and gagged. What would be the point of the cops coming out and saying, the rumors that they were bound and gagged are not true? Why would they even address that? There were no rumors. We know there were no rumors because we listened to everything. There was never rumors. There was never anyone doing TikTok dances. I think this was all for Bryan's sake. I mean, they're not putting things out there for our sake. So think about it. Go back to what they said. And if he had a gun, that could be why Bethany and Dylan didn't move. She originally, listen to her wording and think about it. She originally went to bed in that room. I think his ass put her and Bethany, tied him up. And then when that scream happened, just like that Papa Roger said, or inside looking, that scream is what made the perpetrator run off. Bethany and Dylan probably lived because someone screamed.
was on the floor this time.
So we're talking first of all about Joseph Otero. So you'd put the bag over his head and tied him. And he did not die right away. Can you tell me what happened in regards to Joseph?
He moved over real quick like, and I think tore a hole in the bag, and I could tell that he was having some problems there. But at that time, the whole family just went, they went panicked on me, so I worked pretty quick.
What did you, you worked pretty quick.
Well,
What
I mean,
did you do?
I strangled Mrs. Otero, and she went out, or passed out. I thought she was dead. She passed out. Then I strangled Josephine. She passed out, or I thought she was dead. And then I went over and put a bag on Junior's head. And
okay, so remember the passed out thing? I think Xana was crying because she was injured and she wasn't dead. And I think he went in there, said, "Don't worry, I'm going to help you," and killed her. And that was him going out because there was a scream. She was struggling. She was, it makes me fucking sick. It makes me sick, but I think that's what happened.
And then put a bag on Junior's head. And then, if I remember right, Mrs. Otero came back. She came back and...
Sir, let me ask you about Joseph Otero Sr. You
Senior?
indicated he had torn a hole in the bag. And what did you do with him then?
I put another bag over it, or either that or if I recollect, I think I put either a cloth or a T-shirt or something over his head, and then another bag, and then tighten it down.
Did he subsequently die?
Well, yes. I didn't just stay there and watch him. That I was moving around the room. But
all right. So you indicated you strangled Mrs. Otero after you had done this. Is that correct?
now I went back and strangled her again, and that finally killed her at that time.
So this is in regards to count 2. You had first of all put the bag over Joseph Otero's head, and he tore a hole in the bag. Then you went ahead. Did you strangle Mrs. Otero then, or did you go
First
back?
of all, Mr. Otero was strangled, or a bag put over his head and strangled. Then I thought he was going down, and I went over and strangled Mrs. Otero. I thought she was down. Then I strangled Josephine, thought she was down, and then I went over to Junior and put the bag on his head. After that, Mrs. Otero woke back up, and she was pretty upset what's going on. So I came back, and at that point in time, strangled her for the death strangle at that time.
With your hands or what?
No, with a cord.
Thank you, CJ.
And then I think at that point in time, I redid Mr. Otero, put the bag over his head, went over, and then took Junior. Before that, she asked me to save her son, so I actually had taken the bag off, and then I was really upset at that point in time. So basically,
see, to say that Bryan doesn't have emotion, this guy has emotion. She asked him to save her son, and he actually felt bad. He said he felt bad. And if you're just joining, we are watching the BTK confession. He went to trial. Everyone expected a trial, and he did this. Bryan Kohberger, part of his curriculum at DeSales was a book on the BTK that his professor worked hand in hand with BTK to write. Imagine being a TA at a PhD school in criminology and killing people and killing animals and then going to school like it's nothing and being a professor. It's the same thing.
when Mr. Otero was down, Mrs. Otero was down, I went ahead and took Junior, I put another bag over his head and took him to the other bedroom.
John.
What did you do then?
Put a bag over his head. I put a cloth over his head, a T-shirt, and a bag so he couldn't tear a hole in it. And he subsequently died from that. And then when I went back, Josephine had woke back up.
What did you do then?
And I took her to the basement and eventually...
Creek Town, dude.
Are you hung her in the basement?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything else at that time?
Yes, I had some sexual fantasies. But that was after she was hung.
All right.
Oh, my
what
God.
What did you do then?
Went through the house, kind of cleaned it up. It's called the right-hand rule. You go from room to room. Picked everything up. I think I took Mr. Otero's watch. I guess I took a radio. I'd forgot about that, but apparently I took a radio.
Why did you take these things?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just...
souvenirs.
What happened then?
I got the keys to the car. In fact, I had the keys, I think, earlier before that because I wanted to make sure I had a way of getting out of the house. And clean the house up a little bit, make sure everything's packed up, and left through the front door.
Cleaned the house. You hear this?
And went to...
If they were tied up, if Bethany and Dylan were tied up, he could have taken his... Bryan Christopher Kohberger did. I promise. He's being investigated in other states. He did this multiple times. And I don't think it's just two.
Went over to their car and then drove over to Dylan's and left the car there. Then eventually walked back to my car.
All right. Now, sir, from what you have just said, I take it that the facts you...
Because I think this is going to be gruesome, guys.
Both counts one, all of counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes,
Hold on. Miss Potts, you got to get your head out of the common sense cloud and put it in the fucked up Bryan Kohberger, my mind is fucked cloud. My mind feels like a sack of dirt is in it. You got to get in that cloud because you're going in the common sense cloud. You're in the common sense cloud. If Bethany was tied up by Bryan, the defense would be claiming she's an exculpatory witness. Wouldn't be, you mean? No, no, that's not true. The defense is going to do whatever Bryan wants him to do. That they are his attorneys. They're not running the show. Bryan runs the show. Bryan is probably a big part of his defense. If you think he's sitting back and Jay Logsdon and Ann Taylor are making all the decisions, you're wrong. This guy, Bryan C. Kohberger, is probably annoying as hell to the defense attorneys. He's probably obnoxious. And I don't think that these motions are their doing. I think they have to do what he wants because you don't want him to say that his lawyers didn't do what he asked. It's a game. It's all a big game. So you can't use common sense when you're talking about a psycho. Why wouldn't they put in a sworn document? If Bryan's telling them that Bethany may have exculpatory evidence, they have to explore that. They don't have a choice. Because if they say, okay, if Bryan says, well, I told Ann Taylor that Bethany had evidence that could exonerate me, and she didn't do anything about it. Automatic appeal. You got to think. They definitely would subpoena her. Subpoenaing her is normal. She's a witness. He's trying to fucking put her through hell, is what he's doing. He's tormenting that girl because he didn't get to kill her. So he's going to torment her. He's going to torment her because she lived, because someone screamed and he had to run off. He's pissed.
Now, Mr. Rader.
Yes. One thing needs to be corrected on that record, and that is originally, I believe, he indicated 1834 Edgemore. The address was actually 803 Edgemore.
All right, but I'd ask you if it occurred in Central County. He indicated what had happened. I don't believe the exact address is important. All right, Mr. Rader, we will now turn to count 5. In that count, it is claimed that on or about the 4th day of April, 1974, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Katherine Bright maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation and stabbing, inflicting injuries from which she did die on April 4th, 1974. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
Well, I don't know how to exactly say that. I had many, what I call them projects. There were different people in the town that I followed, watched. Kathleen Bright was one of the next targets, I guess, as I would indicate.
How did you select her?
Just driving by one day, and I saw her go in the house with somebody else, and I thought that's a possibility.
There you go.
Many places in the area. College Hill, they're all over Wichita. But anyway, it just was basically a selection process. Work toward it. If it didn't work, I just move on to something else. But
I think he thinks he can intimidate her, Miss Potts.
Stalking and scrolling.
Think about how scared Bethany would be of this man and having to testify against him. He knows she doesn't want to do it. He's playing a game. Don't give him the credit of being framed. This is what he wants people to think. This is what he tried to dupe people to think. And I refuse to fall for Bryan Kohberger's bullshit.
The trolling stage and then a stalking stage. She was in the stalking stage when this happened.
All right, sir. So you identified Katherine Bright as a potential victim.
Yes, sir.
What did you do here in Sedgwick County then?
Pardon?
What did you do then here in Sedgwick County?
On this particular day,
yes.
I broke into the house and waited for her to come home.
How did you break into the house?
Through the back door on the east side.
All right, and you waited for her to come home. Where
Yes,
did
sir.
you wait?
In the house there, probably close to the bedroom. I walked through the house and kind of figured out where I'd be if they came through.
All right. What happened then?
She and Kevin Bright came in. I wasn't expecting him to be there.
Ethan wasn't expecting him to be
They
there.
were related. That time I approached him and told him I was wanted in California, needed some car. Basically the same thing that I told the Turtles. Kind of ease him, make him feel better, and proceeded to. I think I had him tie her up first, and and then I tied him up, or vice versa. I don't remember right now at that
Now,
time.
let me ask, you indicated that you had some items to tie these people with. Did you bring these items, both the Oteros and to this location?
The Oteros I did. I'm not really sure on the Brights. There was some, when I was working with the police, there was some controversy on that. Probably more likely I did, but if I had brought my stuff and used my stuff, Kevin would probably be dead today. I'm not bragging on that. It's just a matter of fact. It's the bonds I tied him up with that he broke them. So, and maybe same way with Katherine. It got out of hand.
All right. Now you indicated that you believe you had Kevin tie Katherine up. Tell me what happened then.
Okay. I moved. Well, after I really can't remember, Judge, whether I had her tie him up or she tied him up. But anyway, I moved. Basically, I moved her to another bedroom, and he was already secure there by the bed. I tied his feet to the bedpost, at the bottom of the bedpost, so he couldn't run. Kind of tied her in the other bedroom, and then I came back to strangle him. And at that time, we had a fight.
Were you armed with a handgun at that time also?
Yes, I had a handgun.
What happened when you came back?
I actually had two handguns. Well, when I started strangling, either the parent broke or he broke his bonds, and he jumped up real quick like. I pulled my gun and quickly shot him. I hit him in the head. He fell over. I could see the blood, and as far as I was concerned, I thought he was down and was out, and then went and started to strangle Katherine. And then we started fighting because bonds weren't very good, and so back and forth we fought.
You and Katherine?
Yeah, we fought. And I got the best of her, and I thought she was going down, and then I could hear some movement in the other room. So I went back, and Kevin, no, I thought she was going down, and I went back to the other bedroom where Kevin was at, and I tried to re-strangle him at that time, and he jumped up, and we fought, and he at that time shot me because he got my pistol that was in my shoulder here. I had my Magnum in my shoulder. So,
and shoulder holster? Did you have it in a shoulder holster?
Yes, and I had the Magnum in my shoulder holster. The other one was a 22. And we fought at that point in time, and I thought it was going to go off. I jammed the gun, stuck my finger in there, jammed it. And I think he thought that was the only gun I had, because once I either bit his finger or hit him or something got away, and I used the 22 and shot him one more time. And I thought he was down for good that time.
All right, so you shot him a second time?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Went back to finish the job on Katherine, and she was fighting. And at that point in time, I'd been fighting her, and then I heard I don't know whether I was basically losing control. The strangulation wasn't working on her, and I used a knife on her.
You say you used a knife on her.
Yes.
What did you do with the knife?
I stabbed her. She said either stabbed 2 or 3 times, either here or here. Maybe 2 back here and 1 here, or maybe just 2 times back here.
You were pointing to your lower back and your
underneath the ribs.
And your lower abdomen?
Yeah, underneath the ribs, up underneath the ribs.
So after you stabbed her, what happened?
Actually, I think at that point in time, well, it was a total mess because I didn't have control on it. She was bleeding. She went down. I think I just went back to check on Kevin, or at that basically same time I heard him escape. It could be one of the two. But all of a sudden the front door of the house was open and he was gone. And I tell you what I thought. I thought the police were coming at that time. I heard the door open. I thought, no, that's it. And I stepped out there, and I could see him running down the street. So I quickly cleaned up everything that I could and left.
All right, now, Mr. Rader, you indicated that at the Oteros you did not have a mask on. Did you have a mask on at the Brights?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what happened then?
I already had the keys to the cars, and I thought I had the right key to the right car.
God,
I ran out to their car. I think it was a pickup out there, and I tried it. It didn't work. And at that point in time, he was gone, running down the street. I thought, yeah, I'm in trouble. So I tried it. Didn't work. So I just took off, ran. I went east, and then worked back toward the WSU campus where my car was parked.
All right, so you had parked your car at the Wichita State University
Yes, sir,
campus?
on the campus,
How far away were?
Did he choose WSU to have the same initials? Wichita State and Washington State? I cannot.
Was the bride's residence?
Oh, I parked, was that 13th? And they're, let's see, they were on 13th. Was it 17th? Yeah. I was just about 1 block south of 17th where the car was. There's a park there. I parked by that park.
What if the two girls escaped and went and got help? Who knows what the fuck the truth is? I don't think we have the truth, guys.
And then I walked to 13th to the Bright's residence. So I basically ran back.
All right, so you were able to get to your car and get away.
Yes, sir.
Now let's turn to count number 6. In that count, they claim on March 17th, 1977, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Shirley Bryan maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which she did die on March 17th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day?
As before, Bryan was actually on that one, she was completely random. There was actually someone across from Dillon's was a potential target. It was called Project Green, I think. I had project numbers assigned to it. And that particular day, I drove to Dillon's, parked in the parking lot, watched this particular residence, and then got out of the car and walked over to it. It's probably the police report, the address. I don't remember the address now. Knocked, nobody answered it. So I was all keyed up, so I just started going through the neighborhood. I'd been through the neighborhood before. I kind of knew a little of the layout of the neighborhood. I've been through the back alleys, knew where some certain people lived. While I was walking down Hydraulic, I met a young boy and asked him if he ID some pictures. Kind of as a rust, I guess, a roost, as you call it, and kind of feel it out. And saw where he went. And I went to another address and knocked on the door. Nobody opened the door, so I just noticed where he went and went to that house, and we went from there.
Now, you call these projects, were these sexual fantasies also?
Okay, so I have a feeling that Xana's dad maybe changed the code because maybe there were things that were moved around, or you know how the neighbor, like her undies were in her cup holder? Maybe he was going in there and taking things when he knew they weren't home. And after the undies incident, that girl got a Ring camera, and her bedroom was on the side by Xana's bedroom. Not sure that he expected that.
Potential hits. Yeah, in my world, that's what I call them.
All right. So
They're
you
called
went,
projects, hits.
all right, and why did you have these potential hits? Was this to gratify some sexual interest? Or?
Yes, sir. I had a lot of them, so it's just, if one didn't work out, I just moved to another one.
All right. So, as I'm to understand it, then on the 17th of March, 1977, you saw this little boy go into a residence, and you tried another residence. No one was there. You tried another residence. No one was there, so you went to the residence with the little boy.
Yeah, and I watched where he went.
What happened then?
After I tried this once residence, nobody came to the door. I went to this house where he went in, knocked on the door, and told him I was a private detective. Showed him a picture that I had just showed the boy, and asked him if they could ID the picture. And at that time, I had the gun here, and I just kind of forced.
He pretended to be a private detective. No, Xana did not have a Ring doorbell. The girl on Queen Road, whose suitcase ended up in the middle of the road, and her undies were in her cup holder, she got a Ring camera or Ring doorbell, and her room is the room on the side that backs up to the 1122 Queen Road on Xana's side. So she had a new camera, and it was right next to Xana's side of the house. And then we have this audio that was leaked, right? I have a feeling this whole thing is caught, at least on audio. Sick.
Myself in, I just walked in, just opened the door and walked in, and then pulled the pistol.
What gun? What pistol?
357 Magnum.
So you only had one gun with you this time?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told Miss Bryan that I had a problem with sexual fantasies, that I was going to tie her up, and that I might have to tie the kids up, and if she would cooperate with me at that time. We went back. She was extremely nervous. I think she even smoked a cigarette, and we went back to one of the back areas of the porch, explained to her that I had done this before, and I think at that point in time, I think she was sick because she had her night robe on, and I think if I remember right, she had been sick, and I think she came out of the bedroom when I went in the house. So anyway, we went back.
Wait, hold on. John, withhold all the evidence from who? From us? Because the evidence isn't for us. The evidence is for trial. If that's what you're talking about. You're talking about Bryan Kohberger's evidence? Evidence is for trials. Right?
To her bedroom, and I proceeded to tie the kids up, and they started crying and got real upset. So I said, no, this is not going to work. So we moved them to the bathroom. She helped me, and then I tied the doors shut. We put some toys and blankets and odds and ends in there for the kids, make them as comfortable as we could. We tied one of the bathroom doors shut so they couldn't open it, and she went back and helped me shove the bed up against the other bathroom door. And then I proceeded to tie her up. She got sick, threw up, got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit, and then I went ahead and tied her up, and then put a bag over her head and strangled her.
All right. Was this a plastic bag also?
Yes, sir. I think it was, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay, you put a bag.
It was something. I'm sure it was a plastic bag. Yeah.
You say you put a bag over her head and strangled her. What did you strangle her with?
I think on that I had tied her legs to the bedpost and worked up with the rope all the way up, and then what I had left over I looped over her neck.
All right, so you used this rope to strangle her?
Yes, I think it's the same one that I tied her body with.
What happened then?
Well, the kids were really banging on the door, hollering, screaming, and then the telephone rang, and they had talked about earlier that the neighbor was going to check on them, so I cleaned everything up real quick and got out of there, left, and went back.
Every time he's like, I cleaned up real quick. He's always cleaning up. No, Mary, it's very helpful. Hey, Ann. Exactly, Ann's. They're not going to show us or give us evidence until trial that could result in big problems. And if this is a serial killer who has killed more than one person or more than 4 people, they're definitely not going to put everything out there because they're obviously investigating other crimes. So why would they put all this evidence out there to the public when they're still investigating in Pennsylvania? It doesn't make sense. Did he bring a vacuum? They confiscated a vacuum, didn't they? Hey, Rusty Griswold. If you're just joining, welcome to What's a 411. We are watching the BTK confession.
To my car.
And when you say you cleaned everything...
Well, I mean, put my stuff... I had a briefcase, whatever I had laying around, the ropes, tape, cords, I threw that in there, whatever, that I had that I brought in the house.
Had you brought that to the bride residence also?
Now, there is some... I think there's some basic stuff, but I don't remember bringing total stuff like I did to some of the others.
More prepared at some.
Prepared?
Yeah, yes, I called my hit kit.
Hit kit.
All right, sir.
Oh,
my God. The Bryan residence, and had you parked your vehicle near there?
And it's still in the same parking lot there at Dillon's, at Hydraulic and, what is that? Harry? Lincoln and...
Creektown, dude.
Exactly.
All right, in count 7, it is claimed that on the 8th day of December 1977 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, that being Nancy Fox, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Nancy Fox did die on December 8th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day?
Okay, before we get into the next victim, listen to this, guys. Listen to this. From BTK's biography on Britannica.com, it states he was born in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He murdered 10 people over a span of 3 decades. Bind, tortured, and killed. Listen to this. He claimed later that as a youth, he killed animals and developed violent sexual fantasies that involved bondage. He was also in the U.S. Air Force in the 60s. Guys, was he part of MK Ultra as well? In the 1960s, he served in the U.S. Air Force. In 1970, he returned to Wichita, where he married and had 2 children. He held various jobs, including a brief stint as a factory worker for the Coleman Company, the camping equipment company. And then in 79, he graduated from Wichita State and studied criminal justice. During this time, he started to work for ADT, the home security company, and in 91 became a compliance officer in Park City, Kansas. Rader was active in his church and was a Boy Scout leader. He worked with the mother of the first family he killed. His first family was 4. And none of them were sexually assaulted, but semen was found at the scene. He often took underwear. He targeted another woman who was 21 that worked for the camping company, Coleman. It's crazy. He had no, 62-year-old, 28-year-old, 21-year-old. Now listen to this. In 2004, a year before he was caught on the 30th anniversary of the first murder, a local paper ran an article that speculated he had died or he was in jail. He responded by sending various evidence from the 9th murder, notably a copy of the victim's driver's license, as well as photographs of her body. The next year, he sent packages to the media or left things around Wichita. He used cereal boxes, possibly a reference to serial killers, to hold the drawings, crime souvenirs, including photographs, written descriptions of the murders, and even dolls posed to mimic the various deaths. They found a cereal box in January of 2005 that included a note in which Rader asked police whether they could trace a floppy disk he wanted to send them. Through a classified ad, law enforcement officials indicated it would be safe. He then sent them a disk, which the police quickly traced to his church. His DNA was then matched to the semen found at the first crime scene. He was arrested in February, and then this is the confession we're watching. Wow. I'm stunned. This is craziness. All right, let's carry on. I just wanted to give you guys that background. I thought that was pretty crazy.
Here in Sedgwick County.
Nancy Fox was another one of the projects. When I was trolling the area, I noticed
a
her
box,
go in the
a
house
cereal
at night.
box.
Sometimes, anyway, I put her down as a potential victim.
Let me ask you one thing.
Carol.
Rader, you used that term when you were patrolling the area.
Okay, and BK was also a security guard at the school where his mother and father worked. I wonder if some weird shit happened at that school. Didn't JLR report that Michael Kohberger hit someone at that school parking lot Robin, do you remember that? When he reported on all those records he got on the Kohbergers from the school, Pleasant Valley School. Pleasant, all right.
What do you mean by that?
It's called stalking or trolling.
So you were not working in any form or fashion. You
Well,
were just
I don't know if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through.
Oh my God!
As a
That's
trolling.
why they said frozen shock phase. Fucker! Dude, the cops, that whole PCA is for Brian's benefit. Wow. BK had IDs in a glove in a box. It could have been a cereal box. We don't know what kind of box. Frozen shocked phase. Hit the phases. That's why they use that stupid term. We knew that wasn't Dylan. Only BK knew what that meant. Only fucking BK knew what that meant, and that probably fucked with his head. When he saw it, he was probably like, what? Why would that girl say that word? Too specific here. Look at him scratching his head. Here we go. He starts talking about the phases, and that's when he touches his head. Watch.
Stalking or trolling.
so you were not working in any form or fashion. You
Well,
were just
I don't know if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage. You're looking for a victim at that time, and that you could be trolling for months or years. But once you lock in on a certain person, then you become stalking, and that might be several of them. But you really home in on that person. They basically become that's the victim, or that's what you want to do.
He said trolling with a T, not the trolling.
He did say trolling. I thought he said trolling.
They didn't know what trolling was at this time. The judge thought he said controlling. Check this out. This is before a troll was a troll, way before a troll was a frog.
That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage. You're looking for a victim at that time, and that you could be trolling for months or years. But once you lock in on a certain person, then you become stalking, and that might be several of them. But you really home in on that person. They basically become that's the victim, or that's what you want.
Creep town, dude.
I'm telling you right now, that's why all these things. Remember, I showed you guys how these aren't filed in the actual Idaho thing. I think they had to put this together for him, and I think everything that's real is under seal. That's what I think. Fight me. If they're dealing with a potential serial killer here, they're going to use any strategy that they can to catch him. And if that means quoting Dylan Mortensen as saying a frozen shock phase, that's what they're going to do. The police didn't coerce her. You guys were so naive. We do this every case. We doubt LE. Because they're putting out some kind of a message to the perp. And we're looking at that and we're taking it as factual, not as an investigation. And I think we need to learn from that and look at these things that come out in big, huge cases like this. Not every case, but the big ones like this. I think we have to look at the information that's put out there strategically like an investigator would. And stop doubting that there's cover-ups. Yes, there's drug problems. Yes, there's crooked cops. They're everywhere. They've been everywhere since the beginning of time. There's crooked people in every profession. But the good outweigh the bad. The majority of law enforcement is not crooked. The majority are family men who just want to make a living doing something in a service position. Or they're ex-military, who I think Brian was very jealous of. I don't think he could make it in the military. And who knows, maybe his dad was like talking down to him about it. We don't know what his life was like. But I will say this. I think about this guy who was socially awkward, who had been to rehab, allegedly, for drug use. I think about COVID and how it affected everyone mentally. If you have someone who's already mentally ill and then you throw COVID in the mix and you have them online and they're obsessing and they're doing online classes and they're studying this man. They're studying this man during COVID and they're already sick. They don't know what makes them feel better. We read his account of visual snow. I don't know how long, I don't know if I can do this. I want to die. So he gets into COVID, into pandemic, and he's in DeSalles University online class with Katherine Ramsland, and they're studying the BTK killer. I mean, we're just watching his confession, and look at all we're learning. Imagine diving deep with a woman who talks to him. Imagine Bryan Kohberger being taught by a woman who talks to him. Pandemic was detrimental for those of us with kids and family members living with us. This dude, for all intents and purposes, could have been all by himself.
Teen, not a troller.
He did say troller. I thought he said troller.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No, I wasn't working, sir.
All right.
No, this was off my hours.
All right. So you basically identified Nancy Fox as one of your projects. What happened then?
At first, she was spotted, and then I did a little homework. I dropped by once to check the mailbox to see what her name was. Found out.
Yes, Mary,
worked.
yes.
Stopped by there once at Hillsburg, and kind of sized her up. The more I knew about a person, the more I felt comfortable with it. So I did that a couple of times.
The more he knew about someone, the more comfortable he felt. Mike Sanner and Melissa B joined the Patreon today. So, let's see, we've got 36 Patreons. If we get up to 4 more Patreons, we'll do a special Patreon this weekend. We'll do like a test run. We'll do a test run of our Patreon this weekend. I'll put the link in chat. Well, if we get 4 more Patreons, we'll do our first one, and we'll kind of figure out how we want to do it and what we want it to look like, and who wants to be involved, and et cetera, et cetera. It'll be fun.
Just selected a night, which was this particular night, to try it, and it worked out.
All right. Can you tell me what you did on the night of December 8th, 1977?
Now, about 2 or 3 blocks away, I parked my car and walked to that residence. Knocked at the door first to make sure, see if anybody was in there, because I knew she arrived home at a particular time from where she worked. Nobody answered the door, so I went around to the back of the house, cut the phone lines. I could tell that there wasn't anybody in the north apartment. To the back of the house, broke in, cut the phone lines, waited for her to come home in the kitchen.
All right. Did she come home?
Yes, she did.
What happened?
Okay, cut the phone lines. Think about the TV. The TV said no signal. I think he disconnected the Wi-Fi. And there is the link to the Patreon. And to everybody who's sober, congratulations. I love you. If you ever feel like you're going to fall off the wagon and you need someone to talk to, I want you guys to know you can talk to me. I will never judge you. I will never look down on you. I will never repeat anything you say. But I have so much respect for people who can get clean. It's not even funny, because I know how hard it is. I've seen it. In my own family, and I just have so much respect for you. And if I can help you in any way, don't hesitate to reach out.
I confronted her, told her there I had a problem, sexual problem, that I would have to tie her up and have sex with her. She was a little upset. We talked for a while. She smoked a cigarette. while we smoked a cigarette, I went through her purse, identifying some stuff. And she finally said, well, let's get this over with so I can go call the police. And I said, okay. And she said, can I go to the bathroom? And I said, yes. She went to the bathroom and I told her when she came out to make sure that she was undressed. And when she came out, I
Creektown, dude.
her. And I don't really remember whether... Sir?
You handcuffed her? You had a pair of handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Well, anyway, I handcuffed her, had her lay on the bed, and then I tied her feet, and then I was also undressed to a certain degree, and then I got on top of her, and then I reached over, took either her feet were tied or not tied. But anyway, I think I had a belt. I took the belt and then strangled her with a belt at that time.
All right. After you had strangled her, what happened then?
Okay. After I strangled her with the belt, I took the belt off and retied that with pantyhose real tight, removed the handcuffs, and tied those with pantyhose. Can't remember the colors right now. I think I maybe retied her feet.
Can't remember the
What they had
colors?
they were probably already tied, her feet were. And at that time, masturbated, sir.
All right. Had you had sexual relations with her?
No.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
So you masturbated, then what did you do?
Dressed and then went through the house, took some of her personal items and kind of cleaned the house up, went through it, checked everything, and then left.
All right. He's established it was in Sedgwick County. I don't think he was there.
John, where did you send $20? Because I would never not thank you. I just don't see it. I just looked and I wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
For purposes of this, it's in Sedgwick County. Do you remember the address, Mr. Rader?
Remember the address? Miss Fox.
Oh, Fox? 913 or 903? No, I sure don't. I know it was on Persian, South Pershing. That's all. I don't.
Here in
It was
Wichita?
a 9. It was 9 something, sir, but I don't know the other digits. And
The address, as I said, is really not important as long as you remember it happened here in Wichita, Sedgwick County.
yes, sir.
All right, sir, let's turn to count 8. In count
Number 8 out of 10.
It is claimed that on or about the 27th day of April 1985 to the 28th day of April 1985 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, it is claimed that you unlawfully killed a human being, Maureen Hedge, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which Maureen Hedge did die on April 27th, 1985. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
Well, actually, kind of like the others, she was chosen. I went through the different phases, stalking phase, and since she lived down the street from me, I could watch the coming and go.
Wait, what did he say?
The other date, I had a other commitment. I came back from that commitment, parked my car over at Woodlawn and 21st Street at Bowling Alley there at that time. Before that, I dressed until I had some other clothes on, changed clothes. I went to the bowling alley, went in there, the precincts of bowling, called a taxi. Had a taxi take me out to Park City. Had my kit with me as a bowling bag.
All right, that was Park City and Sedgwick.
What? Okay, so he changed clothes.
County,
Yes, sir.
Kansas.
Uh-huh.
All right, you had the taxi take you to Park City. What happened then?
There, I pretended that I was a little drunk. I just took some beer and forced it around my mouth.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Could he have gotten a ride to Moscow? Like duped someone into driving or picking him up, or DoorDash? Did he order DoorDash and then go to Jack in the Box and be like, "Hey, Where are you going? You going to Pullman? Are you going to Moscow? Can I get a ride? I'll give you $20. I mean, if you're out door dashing at 4 a.m, you obviously need the money.
The guy could probably smell the alcohol on me. I asked.
All right, you had the taxi take you to Park City. What happened then?
There, I pretended that I was a little drunk. I just took some beer and forced it around my mouth. And the guy could probably smell the alcohol on me. I asked.
Could he have pretended to be tipsy and asked the Uber driver or the DoorDash driver for a ride because he was drunk? And then they would feel bad for him. Like, oh, I'm not going to send this guy off to drive drunk. Like, if I don't give him a ride, he's going to drive drunk and possibly kill somebody or himself. And you'll be like, oh, my God, yeah. Like, he's being responsible.
Told him to let me out so I could get some fresh air. And I walked from where the taxi let me off over to her house.
All right, where does she live?
62, 42? 54? 6254? 6254. North Independence.
All right, when you walked over there, what happened next?
Well, as before, I was going to have sexual fantasies, so I brought my hit kit, and lo and behold, her car was there. I thought, gee, she's not supposed to be home. So I very carefully snuck into the house, kind of like a cat burglar, and after checking the house, she wasn't there. So about that time, the doors rattled, so I went back to one of the bedrooms and hid back there in one of the bedrooms. She came in with a male visitor. They were there for maybe an hour or so. He left. I waited till wee hours in the morning and then proceeded to sneak into her bedroom and flip the lights on real quick, or I think the bathroom lights. I didn't want to flip her lights on, and she screamed, and I jumped on the bed and strangled her manually.
All right. Now, were you wearing any kind of disguise or mask at this time?
No.
You indicated this woman.
Hold on. Dragonfly, I don't think so, Jay. Too small, and that would be leaving another witness to testify eyewitness. He didn't plan on getting caught. And Emma Bailey didn't give him a ride. Emma Bailey's out selling pills. She ain't giving Bryan Kohberger a ride. And she definitely isn't door dashing for money. The girl sells pills. DoorDash is peanuts compared to pills. The girl has a safe with her money in it. She had $500 just sitting there and told her friend to grab more if she was inconvenienced. She doesn't need to DoorDash.
Down the street from you, did she know you?
Casually, we'd walk by and wave. She liked to work in her yard as well as I liked to work. It's just a neighborly type thing. It wasn't anything personal. I mean, just a neighbor.
All right, so she was in her bed when you turned on the lights in the bathroom?
Yeah, the bathroom, so I could get some light in there.
All right, what did you do then?
She doesn't need a cover.
She started to scream.
Hold on. She doesn't need a cover-up for drugs because Moscow is obviously overwhelmed and not catching people, right? She doesn't really need to play a DoorDash. It's not that covert.
Used your hands?
Yes, sir.
And you strangled her? Did she die?
Yes.
All right, what did you do then?
After that, since I was in the sexual fantasy, I went ahead and stripped her and probably went ahead and, I'm not sure if I tied her up at that point in time. But anyway, she was nude. I put her on a blanket, went through her purse, some personal items in the house, figured out how I was going to get her out of there. Eventually moved her to the trunk of the car. Took the car over to Christ Lutheran Church. This is with the older church. And took some pictures of her.
All right, you took some photographs of her. What kind of camera did you use?
Poor Lord.
Did you keep those photographs?
Yes, the police probably have them.
All right, what happened then?
That was it. She went through, I tied it, she was already dead, so I took pictures of her in different forms of bondage. And that's probably what got me in trouble was the bungee thing. So anyway, that's probably the main thing. But anyway, after that, I moved her back out to the car, and then we went east on 53rd.
All right, what occurred then?
Sir?
What happened then?
Oh, trying to find a place to hide her, hide the body.
Did you find a place?
Yes, yes I did.
Where?
Couldn't tell you without looking at a map, but it was on 53rd, between Greenwich maybe. Maybe, what's the other one between Greenwich? Webb. I think between Webb and Greenwich, I found a ditch, a low place on the north side of the road, and hit her there.
All right, you say you hit her there?
Well, there were some trees, some brush, and I laid that over the top of her body.
All right, so you removed the body from the car, put her in the ditch, and then laid some brush over the body?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, in count 9, it is claimed on or about the 16th day of September 1986 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, Vicki Wegerle, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Vicki Wegerle did die on September 16th, 1986. Can you tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County on that day that makes you believe you are guilty?
Again, Vicki Wegerle was another potential victim. I went through those different phases, locked in on her, as I would call it, and decided that I would try that date. I used Roos as a telephone repairman to get in their house. Drove there in my own personal car.
Oh my God!
Around lunchtime, during lunch hour.
Oh my God! Remember the report of the Ziply employee? Remember? Someone called 911 in Moscow and said there's someone going around pretending to be a Ziply employee trying to get social security numbers. What the hell? Yes, Mary Ziply. And you guys pick a time on Saturday that you want to do the first Patreon. It's your pick. This Saturday, you guys decide, and then we'll decide what time we're going to do it. We got 5 new Patreons today. Not even expecting that. Welcome, Lisa, Tracy, Allison, Mike Sena, and True Crime Junkie, and Melissa B. Thank you, guys. Oh, we got more. Suzanne. Thank you. I can't wait to get to know you guys better and jump into rabbit holes, because rabbit holes are not supposed to be like rabbits fall in them on accident. It's not supposed to be a good thing, but we know how to get out of them, so it's okay.
Vicki Wegerle was another potential victim. I went through those different phases, locked in on her, as I would call it, and decided that I would try that date. I used Roos as a telephone repairman to get in their house. Drove there in my own personal car around lunchtime, during lunch hour, or approximately that time. It was earlier in the morning than that. And I actually went somewhere else and changed my clothes, what I call my hit clothes. And,
hit clothes?
Hit clothes. Basically different, things that I'd need to get rid of later. Not the same kind of clothes that I had.
Creek Town, dude.
I don't know what other better word to use it, crime clothes or hit clothes. I just call them hit clothes. Anyway, I walked from my car as a telephone repairman. As I walked there, I donned the telephone helmet. I had a briefcase. Went to one other address just to kind of size up the house. I'd walked by it a couple of times, but I wanted to check it a little bit more. As I approached it, I could hear a piano sound. And went to this other door, knocked on them, and told them we were recently working on telephone repairs in the area, and went to her and knocked on the door and asked her if I could come check her telephone lines inside.
Did she allow you in?
Yes, she did.
What happened then?
I went over and found out where the telephone was, simulated that I was checking the telephone. I had a make-believe instrument, and after she was looking away, I drew a pistol at her and asked her if she'd go back to the bedroom with me.
Was this the same .357 Magnum you'd used?
No, this was a different one.
Look at his eyes.
asked
in
her
this
to go back
picture.
to the bedroom with you after drawing a pistol on her.
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told her, we went back to the bedroom, I told her I was going to have to tie her up.
Good
She was
Lord
very
above.
upset. And I think I used some material that was in, and that's another thing. I'm not sure, but I think I used the material that they had in their bedroom. And after I tied her hands, she broke that and we started fighting. And we fought quite a bit back and forth.
All right, she was physically fighting you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Finally got the hand on her and got a nylon sock and started strangling.
Good God, those eyes are just dead.
Yes.
What happened then?
I finally gained on her and put her down, and I thought she was dead, but apparently she wasn't. But after she was down and not moving anymore, I rearranged her clothes a little bit. And took some
Sane.
photos. I think 3 of them, if I remember. And then after that, there was a lot of commotion. She had mentioned something about her husband coming home, so I got out there pretty quick. The dogs were raising a lot of cane in the back. The windows were all open to the house. A lot of noise when we were fighting. So I left pretty quickly after that. Put everything in the briefcase and had her. I'd already gone through her purse and got the keys to the car and used their car for my getaway car.
All right, now you indicate that you thought that she was dead. Did you discover later that she was not dead?
Yes, I guess the paramedics arrived and they tried to attempt to revive her, and that failed. I don't know whether she died there or on the way to the hospital or at the hospital. I don't recollect.
But you later found out that she did die as a result of your strangulation.
Yes.
Now, sir, let's turn to count 10. In that count, it's claimed that on or about the 18th day of January 1991 to the 19th day of January 1991 in the county of Sedgwick, state of Kansas, that you did then and there unlawfully kill a human being, that being Dolores E. Davis, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Dolores E. Davis did die on January 19th, 1991. Mr. Rader, please tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County, Kansas on that day that makes you believe you're guilty.
That particular day I had some commitments. I left those, went to one place, changed my clothes, went to another place, parked my car, finally made arrangements on my hit kit, my clothes, and then walked to that residence. After spending some time at that residence, it was very cold at night. Had reservations about going in. I had cased the place before, and I really couldn't figure out how to get in, and she was in the house, so I finally just selected a concrete block and threw it through the plate glass window on the east and came on in.
All right, where is this residence located?
It's on Hillside, but I couldn't give you the address. I know it's probably 61, probably 62 something. Oh, it's 62 something.
North or south?
North.
Hit kit. God, that's sick.
All right, so you used a concrete block.
I don't know if I could do that.
Mm-hmm. Plate glass window, patio door. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Noise. I just went in. She came out of the bedroom and thought that a car had hit her house, and I told her that I used the roofs of being wanted. I was on the run. I needed food, car, warm up, and I asked her. I handcuffed her and kind of talked to her. Told her that I would like to get some food, get her keys to her car, and kind of rest assured, talked with her a little bit and calmed her down a little bit, and then eventually I checked. I think she was still handcuffed. I went back and checked out where the car was. Stimulated getting some food, odds and ends in the house that I was leaving. Then went back and removed her handcuffs and then tied her up, and then eventually strangled her.
Or you say eventually strangled her?
Well, after I tied her up, I went through some things in the room there and then strangled her.
All right, you say you went through. Were you looking for something?
Mm-hmm. Well, some personal items. Yes, I took some personal items from there.
Did you take personal items in every one of these incidents?
I did on the hedge.
Let me check my notes. Sick.
Ricky's place. The Ocheros, we got the watch and the radio. I don't think I did any in Brights. Vian's, no, I don't think so. Fox, yes, I took some things from Fox. It was hit and miss.
All right. But
Probably if it was a controlled situation where I had more time, I took something. But if it was
Mary.
a
Bless you.
confusion and other things, I didn't, because I was trying to get out of there.
All right. So in regard to the Davis matter, you went around the room, took a few personal things. What did you do then?
Strangled her.
What did you strangle her with?
Pantyhose.
All right. What happened then?
Kind of like Mrs. Hedge. I already figured out I had a plan on leaving.
Hold on. No, he did not get a plea deal. This man, the prosecution made no deal with him. This is what his psycho ass did. In the first hearing, it is arraignment, he stood mute. He did exactly what Kohberger did. And then when the trial started, he shocked everyone and did this. No one made him a deal. He's just a sick motherfucker. And his daughter had to go deep in her trauma, and she's probably helping them by being the communicator between law enforcement and BTK to figure out what the fuck Bryan Kohberger was doing and how they could catch him and make sure a conviction stuck.
And put her in a blanket.
I just read it. I'm 100% positive. He did not get a plea deal. No one knew he was going to do this.
Her to the car and put her in the trunk of the car.
So you were able to strangle her to death with these pantyhose?
Yes, sir.
All right. You put her in your car.
In her car.
In the car.
Her car. The trunk of her car.
What happened then?
I really had a commitment I needed to go to, so I moved her to one spot, took her out of her car. This gets complicated. Then
he's doing this because he wants to.
Stuff I had, clothes, gun, whatever. I took that to another spot in her car, dumped that off. Okay. Then took her car back to her house. Left that. Let me think now. Okay. In the interim, I took her car back to her house. In the interim, I realized that I had lost one of my...
Did he just do that? What I think he did? To remember his fucking murder. That's how he recalled a murder? By going... That's what I would do if I'm like, hey, Jay, what'd you have for dinner last night? I would say that. What? FYI, capital punishment in Kansas. They do have the death penalty, but Kansas has not executed anyone since 1965. So death penalty wasn't an issue. He did this because he wanted to. He wanted everyone to know the details.
Her to one spot, took her out of her car. This gets complicated. Then the stuff I had, clothes.
Oh, wait, and one more thought. In the undies girl body cam, remember how we were watching the white Elantra that was driving around while the cops were there? And I thought that Payne and Bragg were like signaling or, knew him. I think they knew who he was because he's the fucking stalker. And I think they had an idea that he was the one that did that with the fucking suitcase and he was driving around. Good Lord.
Gun, whatever. I took that to another spot in her car, dumped that off. Okay. Then took her car back to her house. Left that. Let me think now.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What
in the interim,
fuck was that?
I took her car back to her house.
Stop
In the interim, I realized.
Stop it.
Back to her house. Left that. Let me think now. Okay. In the interim, I took her car back to her house. In the interim, I realized that I had lost one of my guns. I dropped it somewhere. So I was trying to figure out where my gun was. So I went back in the house, realized I had dropped it when I broke the plate glass window. It dropped and fell on the floor right there, and I found it right there. So that solved that problem. Anyway, I went back out, threw the keys, checked the car real quick, and threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house, walked from her car back to my car.
Angie B, we should play that big mouth Billy Fish. What does he sing? Take me to the river, You know that stupid fish people hang on their wall and it's holy hell. See, this is so damn deep and dark that we have to find something because we'll go nuts.
That problem. Anyway, I went back out, threw the keys, checked the car real quick, and threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house, walked from her car back to my car, took my car, drove it back, and I either dropped more stuff off or I picked her up and put them in my car. And then I drove up northeast of Sedgwick County and dropped her off underneath the bridge.
Remember? Oh my God. All of this shit is coming back to me, guys. Hold on. Fuck this aura thing. Hold on. I need my keyboard. Hold on. All of the stuff we've looked at is coming back to me. Under a bridge. OMG. Watch this. Remains found. Lewiston, Idaho. Insert T-Revs. Oh my God. What the fuck? This is in February. Human remains in Lewiston. That's where he drove to. That's where he pinged, allegedly. Or were they just letting him know? We know. I'm shooketh. Oh my God, stop with the ad. I'm shooketh. Remember the remains and they said they were human. And then I think they were like, oh, they're probably Indian. Oh my God. I wonder if he would care if I stole that because I fucking love that soundbite.
Bones found by an excavation crew at a construction site are, in fact, human remains.
Crime 2's Nathan Young made the trip to Lewiston today. He's joining us now with what we've learned about that discovery.
We just learned less than a couple of hours ago that the remains found here were in fact human, and I've been here throughout the day watching people dig the ground to try and find more remains. Police say that a biological anthropologist was called in and confirmed that the remains are human. Police also confirmed that no foul play seems involved, and the remains are believed to be from the Nez Perce tribe, but police are still investigating on how long the remains might have been buried for.
We've had some calls like this before, but nothing where it turned into what it is now, where we've had anthropologists and things. Sometimes people will find a bone in a yard, and we have someone come in, it's a dog bone or something. So this was definitely out of the norm for us, something we are not experts in.
According to someone who worked on yesterday's excavation crew, the crew was digging around the bridge to make room for future construction. That's when the dig crew saw what they thought was a piece of old pipe in the soil. After further inspection, the crew found what looked to be a skull and bones at around waist deep and called police. I'm told police and investigators plan to be back out here again tomorrow, and the walking trail under the bridge will remain closed until the investigation is wrapped up.
Guys, I found someone on YouTube with the last name Rogers. I think it's Michael Rogers, and he bikes over this bridge. The police released a press release claiming the Dana Smithers case is not related to BK. Where do you see that? No, I don't believe it's They identified her, but listen to the story.
In Northwest News tonight, remains found in 2008 have just been identified as a Native American woman who went missing 35 years ago.
That's what? Remains found in 2008. No, that's not the same story. This These remains were found on February 21st, 2023. This isn't no 8 years ago. And all it says is preliminary inspection. There's nothing that says, Look at this. I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it because look. Watch this. This is what this kind of shit we're going to be doing in Patreon, by the way. Michael Rogers. Biking. Don't laugh at me yet. I'm doing this on the fly. I found this a long time ago. It's with a D. It's Michael Rogers with a D.
Creektown, dude.
Oh my God, what have I just... What the fuck is this? I can't. It was a channel called Michael Rogers. There's some weird channels with Rogers. I'm telling you, I was in this rabbit hole a long time ago. There's a reason why it says Rogers, because of that Elliot guy. This Bryan Kohberger is a sick fuck, man. He really, truly is. Papa Roger. What is this?
See who that is? That's me then. It's a bit like a...
What is this? Oh my God, we're getting in a Patreon rabbit hole. We're definitely in a rabbit hole of dead. Oh my God, let me see if I can find. If I just scroll through these and I don't find it. Then I will find it for Patreon. That'll be a good thing for us to do in Patreon. Because he made, and I don't know if they've taken him down. Like literally, I found this shit before he was arrested. What is this? Braden? Who's Braden? Yeah, see this. Y'all crazy. Y'all are I'm not even reading chat. I can't even come there and read it right now because I will probably pee my pants. I will probably pee my pants. So I can't do it. But I will find that and we will go over it. Maybe we'll do that Saturday. Remind me. Remind me. It's bananas. Okay, hold on. Sorry, let's finish our BTK. It's almost over.
Dropped it somewhere. So I was trying to figure out where my gun was. So I went back in the house, realized I had dropped it when I broke the plate glass window. It dropped and fell on the floor right there, and I found it right there. So that solved that problem. Anyway, I went back out, threw the keys, checked the car real quick, threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house, walked from her car back to my car, took my car.
Say
drove
no to the
back,
hole.
and I either dropped more stuff off or I picked her up and put them in my car. And then I drove up northeast of Sedgwick County and dropped her off underneath the bridge.
So all of these incidents, these 10 counts, occurred because you wanted to satisfy a sexual fantasy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does any party desire any further matters be put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated, Mr. Rader. I will find that you, Dennis L. Rader, have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived your constitutional rights and entered your pleas of guilty. I will find that you understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of your pleas. Based upon your statements to the court, I will find there are factual bases for each of these pleas of guilty. I will accept these pleas of guilty and adjudge you, Dennis L. Rader, guilty of murder in the first degree in count 1, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 2, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree.
And he just takes a sip of water like he just got done giving a presentation at work.
In count 3, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 4, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 5, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 6, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 7, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 8, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 9, a Class A felony, and murder in the first degree in count 10, a Class A felony.
Look at his face. Like, did that make him feel any better? I don't think he wrote to him. I think he got obsessed. We're starting to get storms again. It's... Oh my gosh, the floaty potato. I love it. We can throw a floaty down in the rabbit hole. Oh my gosh. All right, I have new emojis to work on. Floaties. We'll make the Patreon the floaty. Did you hear the thunder too? Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy, the similarities. Can I put a picture of Kohberger's dad up next to him? I was looking at this David Berkowitz, son of Sam. Dude, he looks like he could be Bryan's dad. Bryan's dad doesn't look like Bryan. But this guy, oh my God. Bleh. David Berkowitz, son of Sam. Berkowitz trolled New York City. Although his victims were random, he trolled the city until he found the victim. Angie stayed on land with the rope. A flamingo floaty. I really do, Mary P. I really do. You're right. Bryan Berkowitz. I mean, even the lips. Oh, his lips just make me want to hurl. Ooh, it just thundered again. I need T-Rev's thing. Where does he get this? Is that from the movie Friday? Oh my God. Hold on, I'm trying to find a picture to do a side-by-side. I'm trying to get BK's dad. All I have of his dad is with the fucking shop vac. Do you think he's related to Rader? What do you think's going on? I'm scared. Did the DNA come from BTK? Is that what you're wondering? Hold on. All right, let's do this one first. This is a little teaser of what you'll get in the Patreon. In the floaty Patreon. I like floaty better than life preserver. Okay, here's your side by side. There's Michael with his gloves. There's Michael and there's Dennis. Michael needs to give Melanie Gibb her hat back. Hey, Michael, Melanie Gibb called. She wants her hat back. Chivers, I can't either. Do you guys think they're related? Suzanne, be careful. That was in Kansas. Brandy. Hold on. Let's just do straight up BTK photos. You guys are going to kill me if that's his damn brother or cousin or something. Oh my God. There's the daughter and her dad. Oh my God, that's creepy. Look. Oh, shoot. Oh, hold up. I gotta make this bigger. My screen's a mess again. We're not gonna be live as long today. I don't think he looks like him. Oh my God. Don't go outside with metal shoes and headphones. This is one of the dolls. Did they get any dolls? What? Oh, I've never seen the evidence. Oh, I'm shooketh. Oh, the picture. Oh my God. I'm disgusted. I'm sick. Sick. I have never seen any crime photos from this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And Bryan studied this shit. Okay, I need that damn. Is that from the movie Friday? Because I need it right now. I got to. Sorry, T-Rev. It's Emma going, oh my God. Whoops. Emma. Oh. He took the pic. This was what was on the floppy. This is what was on the floppy. Dude, what did he put on her head? What is that? Next to the fucking Charmin. What is that? The pantyhose. Oh. This is horrific. Oh, he reenacted it? What?
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Oh my. He looks like the Charmin guy. The fucking, oh my God. I have chills right now. I have chills. How could this Katherine Ramsland even talk to him? Why would you care so much that you talk to him? I talk to you. And look, did they even get a cop that escorts him? Oh, he looks like the same fucking, oh my God. You guys, hold on. Oh my God. Bryan Kohberger court. The guy that walks him in looks like the same dude. I think they're trying to trigger him. Look at the cop. Hold on. Oh my God, Michael, get the fuck on out of here. I can't look at you. Oh my God, wait for it. Wait for it.
What?
Okay, hold on. See the guy? See the guy bringing him in? Now look. Look at the guy bringing him in. It's like same. It's like they're trying to trigger. And I'm going to say right now, right here, right now, I think the whoopsie in court was on purpose. I think they're trying to get him to crack. They don't want to have to investigate all these cold cases. They want him to tell them. I think they're trying to get him to crack. So they're driving him crazy. The Zoom shiz wasn't working right. They're using his triggers, what makes him upset, what makes him react. You're telling me this is him? Wait, hold on. Where'd Michael go? Okay, here's a side-by-side for you. This is the best I can do. And then I'm getting Michael the fuck on out of here because I can't. There's BTK on the right and there's Michael Kohberger on the left. And thank you for bringing that up. Bring that up. The mispronouncing of the names was totally intentional, too, to get a reaction. Don't fuck up what I did. I didn't kill no Kayla. I killed Kaylee. And this is my moment. You guys think they look alike? I don't. I have other pictures of his dad, too. I'll have to find them later. Okay. That's okay, agent. You can think it's a stretch. And you're entitled to your opinion. But I think it's funny that this guy always escorts him. This same dude. And then they have, like I said in the very beginning, his attorney looks a lot like Kaylee. I know, like I said, she's 50 years old, but... Okay, now. Woo, that was intense. Back to this guy, Berkowitz. We were going to do a side-by-side. And it's fucking weird. Like, really fucking weird. Look how intense his eyes are. Yeah, he was getting pissed. He was getting pissed in court yesterday. Or that day. Oh my God. Look at the lips. Look at the ears. Blit. They look so much alike. Oh, I'm sure he is. Then I had someone tell me this was debunked and sent me like a picture. It was so funny. I should show you guys. They sent me this same picture and they were like, it's not him. And it was like they put Napoleon Dynamite's head on it. And they were like, this was debunked. And it looked like Napoleon Dynamite meshed with Bryan Kohberger to make it look like it wasn't him at the thing. And I don't know who wouldn't want to make it look like he was at the thing, at the vigil, but it cracked me up. They acted like they believed it. They're like, look, it's debunked. And it was fucking literally Napoleon Dynamite. I'm like, okay. Like, I'm not that stupid. Like, I can be naive, but I am not stupid. Okay, now check this out. Here's Bryan, right? Prepare to be shooketh. Oh, I'm going to show you in fucking color too. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Who's this guy? Serial killer David Berkowitz, aka son of Sam, tells professor I was once an evil person. In prison conversation, Dr. Scott Bond sat down with David Berkowitz. Okay, check this out. Oh, of course, the younger one didn't save. Look at that one. The fuck? Get on out of here. Okay, there's that one. And then, hold on, wait for it. I think he was in the military, no? Unless Bryan wanted to look like him, just to be a fucking weirdo. You know, that's altogether possible too. You know, who do I look like the most? And then kind of mold himself to look more like this guy. Not that it would take a whole lot of effort. Oops. So this is all Berkowitz on the left. Okay. Now, wait a second. No, this is Berkowitz. This is the same guy right here. This is all him. That's not BK. This is David Berkowitz on the left. Okay. Bryan's going to be on the right. That's not Bryan. That's what I'm saying. Are they fucking related? I don't know. I truly don't know. I just think it's odd. Yeah, who's his mother? Oh my God. David Berkowitz was in Brooklyn. Did David Berkowitz have a sister? David Berkowitz siblings. Rosalind Falco. Half-sister. They have the same mom. Is that why she's not showing her face? Because she looks like her brother? What? Hold up. Then Betty had a daughter named Rosalind. His real mother, so he was adopted. His family was poor. Her Jewish family opposed her marriage to Tony Falco, who was Italian and a Gentile. The two of them scraped some money together to start a fish market. The fish story. In 1939, then Betty had a daughter, Roslyn. After that, things did not go well with the Falco's marriage, and Tony left her for another woman. The fish market went bust, and Betty had to raise Roslyn by herself. The loneliness of being a single parent was relieved when she began an affair with a married man named Joseph Kleinman. But things went awry when she became pregnant. Kleinman refused to pay any child support and vowed to leave her unless she gave up the baby. Even before David was born on June 1st, 1953, she had arranged for his adoption. And I can't read the rest. What the fuck? David Richard Berkowitz, born Richard David Falco. He grew up in New York City and served in the U.S. Army. Using a .44 caliber Bulldog revolver, he killed 6 people and wounded 7 others by July of 1977, terrorizing New Yorkers and gaining worldwide notoriety. Berkowitz eluded the biggest police manhunt in the city's history while leaving letters that mocked the police and promised further crimes. That would be Papa Rogers. That would be Inside Looking. All of that shit. Josco, which were highly publicized by the press. Berkowitz was arrested on August 10th, 1977 and indicted for 8 shootings. He confessed to all of them and initially claimed to have been obeying the orders of a demon manifested in the form of a dog belonging to his neighbor Sam. After being found mentally competent, he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences. He admitted the dog and devil story was a hoax. He was also implicated in many unsolved arsons. Intense media coverage of the case lent a kind of celebrity status to Berkowitz, which many observers noted that he seemed to enjoy. This is where the son of Sam law, designed to keep criminals from financially profiting off publicity created by their crimes. In the mid-90s, he converted to evangelical Christian, and he amended his confession to a claim that he had been a member of a violent satanic cult and that orchestrated the incidents as a ritual murder. A new investigation of the murders began in 96, but was suspended indefinitely after inconclusive findings. And he was born in Brooklyn. The infant Richard was adopted by Pearl and Nathan Berkowitz of the Bronx. The Jewish-American couple were hardware store retailers of modest means and childless in middle age. They reversed the order of the boys' first and middle names and gave them their... Wait a minute. They reversed the order of the boys' first and middle names and gave them their own surname, raising young David Richard Berkowitz as their only child. Huh? So he was Richard David and they flopped it when they adopted him and they called him David Richard and gave him the Berkowitz name. They took the Italian name Falco and gave him the Jewish Berkowitz name. And now we have Kohberger. Was he Christopher Bryan Kohberger? At age 17, Berkowitz joined the United States Army. Oh, wait. Berkowitz's adoptive mother died of breast cancer when he was 14. And his home life became strained, particularly because he disliked his adopted father's second wife. He went to college. He went in the army. He was in the Korean War. In 1974, he located his birth mother, Betty. After a few visits, she disclosed the details of his death, of his birth. The news greatly disturbed him, and he was particularly distraught by the array of reluctant father figures. They say this was the primary crisis of his life, a revelation that shattered his sense of identity. His communication with his birth mother lapsed, but for a time he remained in communication with his half-sister Rosalind. How was he caught? Oh my God. 3 a.m. This is 3 a.m. killings. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Local resident Casella Davis was walking her dog at the scene of the Moskowitz Violante shooting when she saw patrol officer Michael Catanino ticketing a car. Moments after the police left, a young man walked past her and seemed to study her with some interest. She felt concerned because he was holding some kind of dark object in his hand. She ran to her home only to hear shots fired behind her. She remained silent about this experience for 4 days until she contacted police, who checked every car that had been ticketed in the area that night, and his yellow 1970 Ford Galaxy was among the cars they investigated. This is deep. So where's Rosalind now? Oh my God, look at all these songs and stuff. God, it's so sick. What would her name be? What would her last name be? Rosalind what? Is he still alive? Let's see who he is. Nathan Berkowitz. Wait, is this him? My God. This is crazy. We're going to have to deep dive this one, huh? Oh. Shut the front door. What? If it's BK's mom, I'm gonna shit too, you guys. What the hell? Oh yeah, Google, guys. Google. I'm afraid to be honest. This is crazy stuff going on here. Where'd that stupid picture of Bryan go? Of him looking off to the side. Where did I put that one? I need that one back up here. Oh my God. This is some weird stuff. Oh, here's Bryan's dad as a kid right here. Oh, I was looking for that picture of Berkowitz as a kid, too. Google like Letitia. All right, I'm going to actually read some of your comments and questions. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. Hello, welcome back, CEO. Tarantola. But if she was like Rosalind, like the surviving sister, I'm sure she changed her name. I know, Mary. Let's get back on track. What were we doing? Welcome back, Mandy. All right, we are going to we're going to check the Idaho cases of interest and see what's going down here. But that would put the weird genes on his mom's side. If that was his mother, there's nothing new. If that was his mom, like if she has those genes, that would put those on her side, not on Michael's side. So nothing new on that front. Okay, I want to show you this photo, though. Oh, shit. What's this? We got pictures of Berkowitz's parents. Hold on. Okay, here. Here is a picture of, this is interesting, actually. I believe that's his mom and dad. So Rosalind would actually be the daughter of this dark-haired lady. And that's David Berkowitz as a child. And then that's him when he got arrested. Is that why Bryan always looks to the fucking side, too? I mean, it's just so uncanny. How old would Rosalind be? Rosalind? Oh, my God. He found God in jail, too. In prison, rather. My goodness. Okay, Rosalind. Oh, someone did it. David Berkowitz, Rosalind Felko. Facts about the half-sister. She was born in 1940. Could that have been a grandmother? Because his grandpa was born in 1933. We found his grave, right? Rosalind is the daughter of her parents, Tony Felko and Betty Felko. She would be 82 years old if she was alive. Her mother, after giving birth to Rosalind, was left by her partner, Tony, with another woman. Her mom got involved with Joseph, who was already married. That's about it. He was in Sing Sing prison. Rosalind Falco hasn't disclosed any information about her love life. We are unsure of her relationship status. And there's just like no pictures either. So I'm sure she changed her damn name. Her Jewish family opposed her marriage to Tony Falco, who was Italian and a Gentile. Okay, David Berkowitz's sister. God, this chair. I think there's like a bolt loose underneath it or something. I'm going to fall on my ass one day. Okay, let's see. It's David. There is no pictures of her. Like, not even one childhood one of him and her. You know, usually there's one that slips through the freaking cracks. Yep, we're going to have a deep dive into this one. I think I just found a family tree. What is this? Oh my gosh, it's not a real site. Damn it. Dang it. Oh my God, he had... This is weird stuff, guys. He had lists of all his stuff. Who's this lady? One of his victims. These are his victims. God, that looks like Xana a little bit. Oh, you guys can't see. Sorry. I promise the deep dives won't be like this. I gotta get through the layers of shit. Figure out what I'm even looking at anymore. It's this one. Okay. Check this out, guys. These are David Berkowitz's victims. I know we're all over the place, but I think Bryan Kohberger is all over the place with different serial killers, too. I know you guys didn't see all of these, so. These are the victims. But just listening to the BTK confession pulled out several things that we know about the murders. On April 17th, the killer was out prowling through the streets. This is David Berkowitz. It had been a disappointing night for him, but there were no victims. Everyone was being too cautious. But that was about to change. He was on his way home when around 3 a.m., he saw a car parked along the Hutchinson River Parkway in the Bronx. Just 3 blocks away was the spot where he had shot his first victims. In the car was 20-year-old Alexander Isau, a tow truck driver, and his girlfriend, 18-year-old Valentina Siriani. who wanted to be an actress and a model. As the young couple kissed, they didn't notice the car that pulled up alongside them. The man in the car pulled out his .44 Bulldog and fired 4 shots, 2 for each person in the car. Valentina died immediately while Alexander held on for several hours. Weird. We need to get into what all these... Here's another victim, Sal Lupo. Stacy Moskowitz. Moskowitz. Robert and Stacy got out of the car and took a walk to the park, and then they started playing around on the swings. But Stacy was getting nervous and said, "What if the killer was there?" Robert tried to comfort her, saying they were in Brooklyn, not Queens or the Bronx, where the shooter had been striking. Stacy saw someone watching them and became more scared. She mentioned him to Robert, who also saw the man. Stacy was more scared and wanted to leave. They headed back to the car and got in, but before they drove off, Robert leaned over and gave Stacy a kiss. Robert would later recall that he heard glass break and heard a humming sound, but he couldn't hear Stacy anymore. Robert leaned against the car horn, and within a short space of time, the police and medics had arrived. Both Stacy and Robert were rushed to Coney Island Hospital. Oh my God. Stacy died after 39 hours later. Robert had been taken for 2 bullets to the face. Stacy had been taken for 1 to the head. Robert eventually recovered, though one of the bullets had torn through one of his eyes, destroying it, and the other bullet left him with only 20% vision in the remaining eyes. He got a ticket, and the police looked at all the tickets issued that night. Interesting. David was a loner who had developed a bullying streak, and his parents sometimes found him difficult to control. Although David loved his parents, it was Pearl that he was close to, the adopted mother. She, in turn, doted on her little boy, spoiling him at every opportunity. David was so close to his mother that at the age of 13, he killed her parakeet by poisoning it. David saw the bird as a rival for his mother's affections. All right. Weird. Weird stuff. So we'll dig into more of that at a later time. Now, let's go over to your questions and comments before we wrap it up. Gonna wrap you up in my love. This is just, ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. That will scare somebody.
I flashed and said, wow, pretty far out. I thought it was pretty far out.
Yeah, they're loud and beefy.
Yeah, I'm not going down that rabbit hole either. And it's 4:00, and I said, I'm not going to be long today, but it's okay. We have a lot to go over. I mean, we've figured out a lot of stuff, you guys, in a very short amount of time. So okay, here we go. Oh, these are always fun. Sinead, do you think that Kaylee knew everything? Obviously, JS/JD knows, but BK, in my honest opinion, was trying to help get rid of antisocial behavior. I don't really know what your question is. Laura B. J, I just saw a post from another creator of a police department in PA, and they said Bryan has nothing to do with this lady went missing. Why then would the parents have a secret grand jury? I don't know what creator that is, but I don't know anything about that. I Googled Bryan Kohberger. I saw nothing like that. Patrick J, do you think BCK knew there were actually 5 people living there, including Ethan, who was visiting? I don't know. Yeah, I do. I mean, I think because he was watching, yeah. Do you think that BCK wanted to install a camera so close to 1122 on purpose so perhaps he could also follow their comings and goings? Yes. So do I think it's possible that he did the suitcase thing and somehow, like, maybe not to the undie girl, but to somebody else, and then was like, oh, I'll help you. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry, I'll help you. Yeah. Dana Smithers, I don't know. I think that must have gotten leaked and they're backpedaling on it. Do you think it's dad? I think we need to let that one alone, Robin, because they're backpedaling on that. They're backpedaling on that. Laura B., now I saw what you're talking about. Suzanne, thank you for joining. Punani, do you think BK cut himself by the knife slipping? I think that's a thing. When you stab someone, you can cut yourself. Yeah. I mean, blood, if blood is going to make your hand slip, I don't know. Do you think BCK knew there were... Oh, I already read them all. That's all you guys had? I thought I was going to have a whole bunch. I just think that we need to... Is that his hit kit? I just think we need to maybe leave that one alone for now because they're backpedaling for a reason. And I'm thinking that Mary, if you want to reach Potatoes, she checks the team email. She doesn't, yeah. Because it has the guard that would stop his hand from slipping, right? Good thinking. Good thinking. Oh, you can't do that on your phone? I didn't realize that. I mean, all these media reports are reporting it. It's not just one, so they're backpedaling on this for some reason. Maybe for someone's safety, or maybe because there's someone else they're going to arrest. It says here in the New York Post, University of Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger has been dragged into an investigation into a missing Pennsylvania woman who was recently found dead after armchair detectives got involved. The remains of Dana Smithers, 45, were found late last month after she went missing May 2022. She was last seen alive leaving a friend's home in Monroe County, the same area where Kohberger lived before moving. Smithers' sister Stacey Ann revealed the connection was made by online sleuths who reached out to her with tips on a Facebook page dedicated to finding Dana. She wrote about the amateur sleuths in a post on January 2nd, thanking them for reaching out. Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. How would someone have put that together by January 2nd? She added, she forwarded the tips to law enforcement, who would go on to discover Smithers' body in a wooded area in Stroudsburg on April 27th, about 30 miles from Kohberger's family home. Her cause of death remains unknown. I don't believe that for a second. A source close to the case, however, said Kohberger has a solid alibi, and he's never been... Maybe it was his dad. This is the area. Yikes, Ashley. This is about to get really crazy, I think. This is about to get pretty crazy. Yeah, I don't know what the truth is. Yeah, Mary B. I just think there was a leak and something, they don't want it out yet or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe it was just fake, but usually it's not. There's usually a little bit of truth in the reporting. And I wanted to say something because earlier someone had said the house is still slated to be torn down in the summer. Remember, there has to be a judge's order put in before they can tear it down. I know, Joanne, we heard, but we know that police can put out false things as well to protect the integrity of an investigation. I am going to stick with that until I hear an official resolution on Dana's death. Gag order. Oh my God.
For donuts.
Eddie, what have you done for me lately?
Where is Eddie?
Creep Town, dude.
Thank you for subscribing, Care. Yeah, it's like hidden truths. Yeah, it's like a puzzle for the perp. And I think they use things as they like profile them to see what's going to make them maybe, triggered or upset or show some emotion, because he showed some emotion during that hearing. And before we go, I've got to replay that. Just that one part. Was he looking to see how Kaylee's family would be responding to these mispronunciations? Did you see that quick over the right shoulder? Crazy. Okay, let's watch the part where he is read, where the judge reads the names.
And you see in the heading, your name there, is that your correctly spelled complete name?
Yes, it is.
So the judge is like, is your name spelled correctly? Like, yes, my shiz is good. He's wanting everything to be just so, right?
The correct birth date underneath your name?
Yes.
Are those the correct last four digits of your social security number?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to read you the charges on the indictment, starting with count 1, burglary. That is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-1401 and 1403. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. Count 2, murder in the first degree. That is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. Count 3, murder in the first degree, a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kayla Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing Kayla Gonzalez, from which she died. Count 4, murder in the first degree. That's a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001.
He wanted to say something when he mispronounced Kayla.
Count 4, murder in the first degree. That's a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003,
Mike.
4004.
VVV.
Alleging that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Zaina Kernodal. Excuse me. This is hard. I'm sorry. Zaina Kernodal, a human being, by stabbing Zaina Kernodal, from which she died. Count 5, murder in the first degree. This is a felony under Idaho Code Section 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. This alleges that you, on or about November 13, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died. This is signed on May 16, 2023, by the presiding grand jury. So now I'm going to go to the maximum penalties of each charge, starting with count 1, burglary, minimum 1 year, in up to 10 years in imprisonment, fine of up to $50,000 or both fine and imprisonment, restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. For counts 2, 3, 4, and 5, murder in the first degree, maximum penalties, life in prison or the death penalty. Fine of up to $50,000 for both fine and life in prison or the death penalty. Restitution for the victim's economic losses resulting from the crime. Also, additional fine of up to $5,000 to be paid directly to the victim's families. If you are found guilty or plead guilty on each charge, and the maximum sentences are imposed consecutively, that means one right after the other, you could be facing 10 years in prison, followed by 4 consecutive life sentences or death penalty, fines of up to $200,000 and $20,000 to be paid directly to the families with any restitution.
I wonder if there's some significance to these numbers. You know what I mean? Because I've never heard this read like this. I wonder if there's some kind of significance to those dollar amounts.
Resulting from the crimes.
Maybe that's how Idaho does it, though.
Creek Town, dude.
Mr. Kohberger, do you understand
Thank you, Donna.
the charge in count 1?
Oh, Donna.
Yes. Do you understand the maximum penalty? Yes. Do you understand the charge in count 2, murder in the first degree? Yes. Do you understand the maximum penalty? Yes. Do you understand the charge in count 3, murder in the first degree? Yes. Do you understand the maximum penalty? Yes. Do you understand the charge in count 4, murder in the first degree? Yes. Do you understand the maximum penalty? Yes. Do you understand the charge in count 5, murder in the first degree? Do you understand the maximum penalty? Yes.
He answered before the judge even finished with the charge.
Do you understand the maximum penalty? Yes. Okay, Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
Okay, because Mr. Kohberger is standing silent, I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on each charge, counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now at this juncture, the state has 60 days to give notice of intention to seek the death penalty. And Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional and statutory right to a speedy trial. So let's start with you, Ms. Taylor, and then Mr. Thompson to discuss.
Pretty intense there. And he stares right at the judge as he's, yes, yes, yes. Welcome back, Jenny. We are just about to end this. And the judge, at first we were like, oh my God, Kaylee's family must be nuts over this. But I think that was all just a game. You know, all is fair in investigations. And if they think he did something else, perhaps they're lying and saying that his parents are talking to a grand jury to get him to confess. Possibly. Who knows? Who knows what they're working on behind the scenes? They're not done. Like they said, when they arrested him, they even said, our investigation is just beginning. So until next time, thank you guys for joining the Patreon. Let me see who we have that joined. See if we've got an update. Now, thank you guys for joining. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Lisa, Tracy, Allison, Mike, Melissa, Becca, Sue Ann, 85 Mics, Boom Boom, George Lopez, Joan Kuhn, Key. Thank you so much, guys. If I missed you, we will get to you next time. I can actually wait. I can actually, Joan, thank you for joining. I can connect this to, I think it's connected to YouTube, so I'll figure out how all this works. But we will do it on Saturday afternoon. We'll do our first Patreon, so I will announce that. I'll get it up on the Patreon site. And if you would like to join, Potato can put that in the chat again like she just did. Thank you so much. And I will see you guys next time. We still have to go over the potatoes. We're going to compare Brian Laundrie's notebook to Roberta's frickin' letter that's allowed in court. It's going to be great. It is a holiday weekend. If you're not able to join the Patreon on Saturday, don't fret. We will be doing them more. So today, this Saturday, is just a little trial run. And we'll see how it goes. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for joining. Thanks for hearing me out. And most of all, stay safe. Stay safe out there. All right, guys, put your tinfoil hats in the bin. Until next time, stay safe. It's just a test.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your
There's a lot of book ones that we have to cover, and I'm like, Dudley, let's do book ones together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
About you and your problems, I don't give a damn. 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 Can't stop addicted to the shindig. You wanna be with me? You wanna feel real, but I'm feeling it. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on cold Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn. I don't
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems.
Hi, Jennifer.